What's the crack? It's your boy Teriyaki. Back at it again for a week-long special of Deductionist Files. Like I said, I'm going to be testing out a few things in terms of how does the show do over a week-long basis. So this week and next week, well, this week's going to be Deductionist Files, and next week is going to be Wheel of Madness. Just test things out as well. And also let me know which intro do you prefer more, this one or this one? You know what I mean? Because don't know, the gold kind of seems like it fits, but the kind of like I say the gray background thing, kind of like goes with thing, and then these gold ones would stand out more. I'm not sure. Let me know. But it's like I said, brand spanking new in terms of the at least the opening image. You know what I mean? Black and white. Well, you heard it here first, folks. We're going to be going with black and white today, okay? So, one second. Let me do this and do this. So, perfect. And also, again, shout out to the background image. You know what I mean? You got to love the back. Well, let's say you got to love the background image because it just goes with the flow. You know what I mean? Because even when I'm like full screen like this, you got the little rainbow in the background as well. And then when we do the down here, you know what I mean? Beautiful image. Bellissimo image, as they would say. You know what I mean? But yeah, what a week. What a week, ladies and gentlemen. When I get my coffee into me, I did sleep in. I had another one of those long sleeps. Seems to be like the casual or the regular. Where just by the time I get to like Sunday, I just like catch up time essentially, you know what I mean? I slept for 12 hours. You know, reset the body, reset the mind, as they would say. But yeah, it's a lot of shit went down. But I mean, that's the whole kind of like thing of what would be the best way to describe it? Like, eventually the chickens come home to roost. You know? Eventually the chickens come home to roost. Ragnarok. You cannot escape Ragnarok. You know? And and like we've kind of like shown on like this show, especially the Deductionist Files, like if you are this like compulsive liar, you're eventually going to be in that interrogation room and the truth's going to come out. Damn, son. I can't replicate. No, I understand. It's kind of like a privilege. I got like sleep privilege, you know? So like, don't get me wrong, I understand, you know, the 7 to 8 hours is like, that's the perfect. You don't want to be always sleeping for 12 hours. You know what I mean? Barely get shit and done. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's like I think it's just kind of like maybe it's like a warning that like I'm pushing it. You know, I'm burning the midnight oil too much. I don't know. Just it's important to be able to like listen to your body, not just kind of like let your body rule everything, but like for example, like the carnivore. You know, like that's one thing I noticed is that it's like if your body is when you're on carnivore and you do the intermittent fasting, when your body's like telling you that you're hungry, like you should listen to it. And it's also because it's like so hard to overeat when you're on carnivore, especially when you're doing like the intermittent fasting. It's kind of one of those things that kind of goes hand in hand, so to speak, you know? So anyways, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we got Backgrounds Grams coming in. Says, I've had 5-6 hours sleep since junior year in high school between work and football. Not every night, but 80%, I'd say. Yeah, like that's it is kind of like up to what works best for you as well. There is like a certain segment of that because like if you're getting 6 hours and like when you wake up, you're kind of like you're energetic, all that kind of stuff. Then it's and another thing as well is like I have a kind of like a theory, because if I was to sleep, let's say 3 hours one night, like the next night instead of like only getting 7 or 8, I'd get like 10 or 11. So there is that kind of like aspect to it. Like I think like your body will like automatically just recoup the lost hours, so to speak, you know? Not enough hours in the day. Exactly, background scramps. Not enough hours in the day, you know? That's definitely one thing, you know. If I could talk to the managerial staff, you know, I could be like, listen, we need to do something about this con there. There ain't enough hours for us to sleep, you know. We need to have a bit more time to sleep and all that kind of stuff, you know. Well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. Let's get into the lethal lawyer. Okay? Welcome to the Deductionist Files, the true crime show where logic, evidence, and relentless cross-referencing of publicly available facts take center stage. I am Detective Teriak, your guide through the shadows of murder cases that have gripped the nation. In every episode, I break down complex investigations step by step, drawing from police reports, witness statements, forensic details, digital records, financial documents, interrogations, trial transcripts, and every verifiable public source. We avoid speculation and focus on deduction, what the evidence shows, what it contradicts, and how the pieces fit together. This is not tabloid sensationalism. It is a methodical reconstruction designed to illuminate the truth behind shocking crimes. Today, we examine one of the most dramatic falls from grace in recent American legal history. The double murder of Maggie Murdaugh and her son Paul Murdaugh on the family's sprawling Moselle estate in South Carolina. This case involves a prominent attorney from a powerful dynasty, financial desperation, family tensions, and a night of violence that shattered a community. We will outline the known facts in exhaustive detail, review a pivotal interrogation video, and save the full trial outcome and verdict for the conclusion. Through careful analysis of timelines, alibis, motives, and physical evidence, we deduce the story as it unfolded according to the public record. Join me as we peel back the layers of privilege, pressure, and alleged deceit in the Murdaugh family saga. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the game is afoot. And we got Shante as well coming in saying gays, days, and butchiak. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Appreciate you, Shante. Like I said, it's a new one every day. It's a new one every day. You got to appreciate the creativity. And don't forget to smash the like button. Exactly. Free, folks. It's free. Help us out in the algorithm, as they say, you know. Welcome in, Gramps. A full sleep cycle completes every 90 minutes. So if you fall asleep fast, you can get 4 cycles in 6.5 hours. Yeah, like that's the thing as well. Like a lot of people do sleep longer. Like what you can notice if you get one of those like Oura rings, or if you have it like I think it like you can get it with the Apple Watch and all this kind of stuff, like it'll automatically track it. Is that like the deep sleep is the most important one, because that's where it's like you're doing all like the recoveries and all this kind of stuff. REM's also a bit important too. But if you're kind of like one of the people who sleep too much, often what you find is that you're either like you're only hitting light sleep, or you're not even falling into light sleep, you know. But deep sleep is that's the je ne sais quoi. Like, if I can quickly show you without getting too segued off. Like no, sorry, it's REM. So a lot of people go into REM, but they don't actually end up in the deep sleep. You know what I mean? But like I said, like that's like 3 hours, 3 or 4 hours of deep sleep. Gotta love the deep sleep, as they say. But let us outline the case with as much detail as possible, ladies and gentlemen. Alex Murdaugh came from a storied legal family in South Carolina's law country. His father and grandfather had served as solicitors, wielding significant influence over prosecutions and local justice. Alex himself was a successful personal injury lawyer known for high profile cases and a lavish lifestyle that included multiple properties, boats, and a large hunting estate called Moselle near Islington. Outwardly, the family projected success, but beneath the surface were deep cracks. By 2021, Alex faced mounting financial troubles, including allegations of stealing millions from clients and his law firm through fraudulent schemes such as diverting settlement funds, forging documents, and maintaining fake accounts. These financial crimes were under investigation and created immense pressure as lawsuits and audits loomed. The pivotal night was June 7th, 2021. According to Alex's account, he had dinner with his wife Maggie and son Paul at the main house on the Moselle property. Paul, then 22, had been embroiled in legal fallout from a February 2019 boat crash in which he was allegedly intoxicated at the helm, leading to the death of a 19-year-old Mallory Beach. That crash resulted in criminal charges against Paul and civil suits against the family, further staining their resources and reputation. After dinner, Alex said he drove to visit his elderly mother, who suffered from dementia, in nearby Hampton. He returned to Moselle later in the evening, claimed to have napped on the couch, and then went to check on Maggie and Paul around 10 p.m. when he discovered their bodies near the dog kennels. Alex called 911 in a distressed state, reporting they had been shot. The crime scene was brutal. Maggie, 52, was found shot multiple times with a rifle, and Paul was killed with shotgun blasts at close range. Killings appeared targeted and execution style, with no clear signs of robbery or struggle from outsiders. Shell casings and ballistics evidence pointed to weapons consistent with those owned by the family. Investigators from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division quickly took over. Early on, Alex provided statements including an initial review on the night of the murders and a more detailed recorded session in August 2021 with South Carolina Law Enforcement Division agent David Owen. In these interviews, Alex detailed his movements, expressed profound grief, suggested possible motives tied to Paul's enemies from the boat crash or drug-related conflicts, and denied any involvement. However, there always is a however, folks. Discrepancies began to emerge regarding timelines, vehicle locations, phone records, and his activities. Phone data showed gaps and movements that raised questions. Paul's phone captured audio and continued activity in ways that challenged the exact sequence Alex described. Vehicle tracking data from Alex's SUV indicated movements around the property that investigators scrutinized. Security cameras at Moselle reportedly had power or functionality issues around the time of the shootings. Forensic examination of Alex's clothing, hands, and vehicle for gunshot residue and blood splatter produced results that were analyzed in detail during the investigation. No unknown intruders' DNA or fingerprints were prominently linked to the scene, and the isolated rural location made random attack less likely. The financial motive became central. Alex was allegedly facing imminent exposure for stealing over $8 million from clients, the firm, and insurance proceeds. Public audits and court documents later detailed specific schemes such as pocketing client settlements meant for the injured and using the funds to prop up his lifestyle and cover gambling or opioid related debts. Alex admitted to a long-term opiate addiction and multiple rehab attempts. Maggie had reportedly grown concerned about the family's finances and was considering separation. Paul's legal troubles added to the pressure, with potential testimony or further revelations that could harm Alex's standing. Boat crash had already cost the family dearly in legal fees and public trust. Neighbors, staff, and friends provided statements about the family's dynamics. The housekeeper testified about events and observations that night. Alex's older son, Buster, was not present. In the weeks and months after the murders, Alex continued practicing law and making public appearances while the investigation intensified. The South Carolina Legal Enforcement Division agents confronted him with inconsistencies in his alibis, such as the timing of his visit to his mother and his return to Moselle. The August 2021 interrogation, available at the link below, or what we will be reviewing, captures agents methodically walking through the evening's events, challenging Alex on specific details and observing his responses under pressure. He maintained his innocence, offered alternative theories, and displays emotional distress while facing pointed questions about financial stressors and potential motives. Further evidence included ballistic matches potentially linking family firearms through details, though details were contested. Digital forensics uncovered searches, messages, and deletions. Investigation also explored leads related to Paul's boat crash adversaries, but these did not yield strong alternative suspects. Community shock was immense as the Murdaugh name, once a pillar of local justice, faced scrutiny. Victims of Alex's alleged financial schemes came forward with stories of ruined lives and stolen compensation. Parallel prosecutions for fraud advanced alongside the murder probe. Alex was disbarred and faced indictments on dozens of financial accounts involving wire fraud, bank fraud, and money laundering spanning years. These cases revealed a pattern of deceit that prosecutors tied to the desperation preceding the murders. The case drew massive media attention, with extensive coverage of the property, family history, and courtroom proceedings. Public records, affidavits, autopsy reports, and expert analysis painted a picture of opportunity, access to the scene and weapons, and a compelling motive rooted in preserving a crumbling empire. Alex's behavior in interviews, including the detailed August session, showed a man navigating grief while defending a narrative that investigators found increasingly inconsistent with the physical and digital evidence. The deduction process involves aligning the dinner timeline, the alleged nap, the discovery of bodies, the 911 call, subsequent movements, financial records, phone pings, vehicle data, forensic results, and witness corroboration. Every element is cross-checked against public sources to build the most complete picture possible. Because you like to give you the best goddamn show, you know? The Murdaugh saga highlights how influence and secrecy can intersect with violence when pressures mount beyond control. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get in to the good shit. Let's get into the interrogation. Shante, this case was fucked up, a crazy trial. Hey, this is what it is. Shantae's giving us a little bit of a taste, you know what I mean? No spoilers though, no spoilers. Yeah, the court case was fucked up, the finances, not that he was irresponsible with money and a piece of shit. Can I say? What can I say? Welcome in, Schleprock. Teriak, Shante, and Gramps. Welcome in, sir. We got Rex as well. Welcome in, sir. Pull up a chair. You know. Shout out to Rex. He often does. He's been talking about morality recently, which is like I said, we need more people talking about that stuff. But it kind of goes hand in hand with this because we have morality and then we have justice. You know what I mean? But let me get the video up. I didn't have it already loaded. Fy favore, Teriak. Fy favore, okay? So again, like this is the whole thing. It's like a lot of people are saying, "Oh, if only I was rich, like I'd have no problems." But oftentimes, more money, more problems. More money, more problems. You know, because like I see this a lot in like the red pill. Like manosphere, pickup artists, and all this kind of shit. They'll have like this constant attack against women, right? Where on the one hand, like the fact of the matter is, like when a woman is like 18, in terms of like social capital or social wealth, she's at her peak. You know what I mean? Because like typically that's when you be, at your like, like beauty peak kind of thing. Like that'd be like when you're most beautiful. Also, when you look at like, you're at your peak for giving birth, all this kind of stuff. And a lot of like women in terms of like that social, if you're just trying to kind of compare it to like a monetary thing, it's like that's when you have like your most finances as a dude. You know what I mean? Whereas like for dudes, it's like typically when you're, when you're a pensioner, that's when you should have like your most amount of wealth or most amount of money. And they don't, and again, this is the key word, empathy. They don't what would be the word? I was going to say that they don't attack the issue at the right angle. Like they don't use empathy in terms of like this case to try and explain. Because a lot of dudes, like, think of like your, obese guy, hates the world, doesn't have anything going for himself, probably still has like eating a bag of Doritos, drinking his Mountain Dew, video gaming all day long, nothing going for himself and all this stuff. He'll often like, bring that up and say like, women have this and all this kind of shit. But men also have the same thing, like I mentioned there. It's like with a man, it's like you can flute around in your 20s, even like to a certain point to your 30s. And like typically like a woman has to have her life on track by the time she's like 30. Whereas like a dude, it can be 40, maybe even, a couple of years after that as well, And like the comparison I typically give to guys to get them to understand like this phenomenon that we see where there's all these like, 18, 20-year-olds that would rather do OnlyFans, would rather do this and all this kind of shit. And again, it's to understand the mentalities. It's not that I'm justifying this, right? And you'll see by the example that I give. Like imagine if you were an 18, 19, 20-year-old dude and you get like some massive inheritance. You're now like a multi-millionaire. How many guys do you think are going to wisely and cautiously invest that money in the right places over the long term? And how many other guys are you going to see that are going to develop a drug addiction, that are going to waste the money on strippers and hoes and all this kind of shit? Or are just going to get taken advantage of? And like next thing you know, they're giving $1 million to this dude, to this friend. You never see that again. You give another $1 million to a family relative. You never see that again. And then it's all gone. We've seen this. We've seen this time and time again. You know? Because it's you're not going to tell me that like the average dude is going to be the same dude that he is now when at such a young age he's got such a massive amount of fortune, you know? And that's, like I said, I think that's probably like the easiest example I can think of to try and explain what's actually going on here, you know? Flaprock says, I don't want to brag, Dante, but I've had a green chili cheese fries twice last week. Hey, what can I say? What can I say? That's probably the most favorite topic of the chat. Food. We're all a bunch of fat bastards. You know? But to be fair to you are also witty, or, you know, quite high IQ, because that's how you distract me. You always bring up the carnivore stuff, and I'm like, bastards. Bastards. It's funny, I was sitting in the store thinking I should buy some stuff to make them, but I was getting stressed by the crowded aisles. I forgot. It is what it is. It is what it is. I sure think of food. I sure think of a food I've never had a whole hell of a lot. Lamau. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Lacking. Hey, it is what it is. Get yourself a nice juicy steak. You cannot beat a ribeye, okay? And then like you get the fat from cooking the steak. Throw some butter in the pan. You know what I mean? Salt, pepper. Mix that shit around and take it off the heat. Put like just a little bit of milk or cream into it. Mix that into it. Then you got yourself a peppercorn sauce. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bellissimo. Bellissimo. You know what I'm saying? And salute to you, bad cramps. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the good stuff. So yeah, the fat dude at the start, he's the detective. But this dude in the shirt here, the blue shirt, I don't know what you call them. Khakis? You call them khakis? With the glass on his head, this is the dude, you know?
Who's down to your right? Jeff Croft, who's testified. Jeff, you still in here? Is that here in the back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time is this?
It indicates 9:50. The time was incorrect on our recording system. But my notes,
Fucking
my
hell.
report indicates it was approximately 11:09 a.m.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Judge. One of the jurors is requesting something, Judge.
Yeah, all this. Yeah, man, I was trying to get into it. I could have just let the video play while we bullshit as well, you know? I eat steak. I love fries. Fries are probably one of my favorite foods. Yeah, like they go with anything. They literally go with anything. You know what I mean? Unless like you're talking about like soup or something crazy like that. But that's what I'm saying. Like that's probably in terms of like the food, that's one of the main things that it's difficult to get out of the habit of like having fries and all this kind of stuff. I'd say another one to watch out for when you're switching to keto or carnivore is the drinks. You know, your coffee. Are you having milk in your coffee? Are you having your sugar in your coffee and all this kind of stuff? Your fizzy drinks, your Coca-Colas, all that kind of stuff, all the rest of it. But even like if you just come at it from the keto approach, you don't even have to go full carnivore, folks. Just by just saying fuck the carbs and go at it from that aspect, you know. I'd cry without potatoes. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's maybe there's a little bit of Irish in you, Shante. You know what I mean? To look up your genealogy, maybe you've got some Irish relations. You know, I'm just saying. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Holy shit, man.
Ready to see some cool weather. From me too.
Great, if I can stop for 1 second. To the left of Mr. Murdaugh, I know we've got an inset smaller, but to the left of Mr. Alex Murdaugh, the defendant, is that Corey Fleming?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
It was brutal at my house last week. The air conditioning went out.
Oh, goodness gracious. Laura, you spell your name with 2 M's or one? One M.
All right, sir. Alec, I appreciate you coming in today.
That's good anything. I understand.
I know we got a lot to talk about. I know you have millions of questions. But before we get started with your questions, this has been going on for over 2 months. And we've done a lot of work.
I know you have.
And I've got some more questions that I need to get clarifications on.
Sure.
Okay? So we'll start with that.
Wait a minute. Hold
Yes, sir.
on. Maybe I'm mistaken. I thought we were coming here so you can update him on what's going on.
And I intend to do that as
Okay,
we go.
let's do that first.
Okay.
All right, let's do that first.
The update is I'm doing the investigation.
And I can't remember who keeps saying it in chat where it's like 2 words lawyer. Get yourself a lawyer and all this stuff. Like this dude is a lawyer. And then the dude on who's just out of the cam here on like to the left of him or to the right of us is his lawyer. And you'll see already he's like, hold on a second. I thought you were here to update him. We don't want no interrogation here, sir. And I was like, yeah, like you can even have the lawyer, but that ain't gonna save you. You know what I mean?
And I have some questions that I would like some answers to. And I mean, certainly if I ask the question, if you don't want to answer it, you don't have to answer it.
No, I'm fine with that.
I mean, it's more clarifications of the 2 interviews you've already given me.
Totally understand.
Okay.
Just wait 1 second.
Yeah.
Wait 1 second. All right. I need for you to tell me, are you going to give us information? Or are we just here for you to ask questions?
Now, I'm going to give you some information.
Right. Why can't you give us information first?
Some of the information that you're asking about are in my questions. And as we go through, you'll see.
Okay.
I don't mind. I don't
I know
mind.
you don't, but I can't. I mean, I'm a friend, but I'm also a lawyer, and I like to know what we do. I like to understand what we're talking about. You know, I need you to answer this question. Are you asking him questions to further your investigation, or are you asking him questions because you think that he's a suspect? I need a straight answer.
I am asking these questions to further my investigation.
All right. Does that mean that you're not asking him these questions as a suspect? Because I'm not comfortable with you asking him questions as a suspect when I came here with the thought that you were going to be telling him where you are in the investigation, what it is you've done, seen, uncovered, whatever. That's why we came here.
Well, let me respond to your question. It may not be.
Man, this is why I don't like lawyers. Because in terms of like justice and truth and all this kind of shit, this whole thing that he's trying to do, it's like I want you just to tell me the information. I don't want you to ask my client any questions. That is the biggest load of bullshit I've ever seen in my entire life. You know, basically what he's trying to do here is like, I don't want my client to be a suspect. So just tell us the information and we'll go on our way. That ain't how it works, boy. That ain't how it works, boy. You know what I mean? But unbelievable. Unfucking believable.
Direct answer that you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And I've told Alec this when we first met. Any homicide investigation, you start with the closest person and or the person who found the deceased. Both cases, that's Alec. Everybody stays in that investigation until we can get them out. And right now, because of the questions that I have that I need explanations for, I cannot get Alec out.
Okay. That's a reasonable statement. I don't have any problem with that statement. That's fine. I don't read it, but everybody in the United States of America has an opinion on this case.
Mm-hmm.
And because I know everybody, I know it's a bunch of bullshit. I can't imagine that y'all are going to be asking about nonsense in the internet.
No. I mean, just like you, I'm aware of what's out there.
Yeah.
I have not read every article. I don't care to read every article because they're not doing the investigation.
That's right.
I am.
That's right. All right, well, Elliot, if you're comfortable and you feel okay,
Yes.
then that's fine.
Do
But I won't-
anything to help.
All right, that's fine.
So I'm going to go back to Monday morning. And you went to the office.
Okay.
What time did you go to the office? Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30 probably, 10 o'clock maybe at the latest, something like that.
And when I ask about time, I'm not saying, it was
Understand.
5:11 or something like that.
Totally
I
understand.
need ballpark,
That's,
as close as you can get to it.
and if you need to know exactly when, there would be a keypad that would tell when exactly I went in my office
Okay.
that I can get for you.
Okay.
So
So you have a key fob to get in your office?
a card.
A card?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But, a little bit, it was probably a little bit on the later side of that. I guess I know Maggie got up early to get out of there because she had an appointment in Charleston. I just don't remember if I left right after she did or I piddled around.
But, and I already know that Paul stayed at John Marvin's that night, so it was just you and Maggie at the house.
That's correct.
The look, like, key thing to look at his body language here is his foot was there, like, flicking, and now he's like kind of like rocking back and forth and all this kind of stuff. He's already not comfortable. Already, he is not comfortable, folks. You know what I mean? Alec just sounds like a rich asshole's name. That's what I'm saying, Shante. That's what I'm saying. You know? When I hear of Alec, I think of Baldwin, who got away with murder. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying, folks? But again, we can't be doing the what's the word? We can't be doing the assumptions or anything like that. We need to we need to deal with just the facts. You know? We can't have no speculation, folks. We are deductionists, folks. But oftentimes, between reality and imagination, it's not through our imagination that we can ground it in reality. And whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
And I know when you were at the office, you were working on motions, and some of those motions you dealt with were for Paul's, the boat accident, or the boat case.
I'm not really doing the legal work.
I understand, but, you're Paul's dad, you're a lawyer, you're definitely going to know what's going on.
Yeah.
So what were those motions? Did it deal with Parker's, or was it the actual boat accident, or?
It was the civil case.
Okay. What time did you leave and get home?
Earlier than normal. I'd say 5:30.
That's when you left the office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time did Paul get home that night?
Me and Paul got there about the same time.
Okay.
maybe he was a little bit later than me, or maybe a little bit earlier than me, but it was close to the same time.
And y'all rode around the farm. And I believe you said 2 different trucks or 2 different vehicles.
Yes, sir.
What were those 2 different vehicles?
We rode in the white pickup truck, and we rode in the black pickup truck.
In either one of those, did you see any long guns? And take your time.
It's okay.
Bro,
Any
he is
rifles or
cracking.
shotguns?
I don't remember seeing any that day, no. We did have pistols.
Yeah, because I know you said you went target practicing.
Well, not really target practice,
Okay,
just shoot.
Yeah.
We rode around for a couple hours, just looked at everything. All the stuff Paul did on the farm, and we just spent, time together. I'm sorry. No, don't apologize.
Nah, Shante, after this shit that we just seen, holy fuck. Holy fuck. We're only like a couple minutes in and he's already broken down. This dude going to jail, boy. He is going to jail.
Hey, you can do this? I can do it.
But it goes to show that even triggering like the memory, just like that's a key thing that like for investigators to start with. Like okay, just give us the timeline. Because mentally you're putting the suspect in that kind of like time frame where they're gonna have to remember back to when they potentially committed the murder. You know what I mean? And just putting them in that state is going to trigger this shit. And like you seen there, like dude's wife and son are dead. So whoever committed that shit, especially if they're a close relative, their emotions are going to betray them, you know? Dude, if my wife and son were found dead, I think I'd be in shock. I don't know if I would have been able to speak much. Yeah, but this is a couple of months after. Bruh, you just told me not to assume. 10 seconds later, now he's guilty. Because of the body language. Because of the body language. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, that key trigger where it's like you're putting them in that mind state. You know what I mean? That they're going to have some sort of emotional reaction. You know? Because like, bear in mind, he's not asking or he's not talking about this thing of like when he found the bodies. He's just talking about that morning. So just a little bit before. And then getting him to talk about kind of like the build up to it and all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? And the difference of the two is like that morning, he's just going to be remembering the morning facts and the like what he was going about in terms of that day. But remembering back to that mentality, he knew at that point that he was going to kill his wife and kid, you know? So he's already kind of like remembering back to that mental state particularly. Whereas if it was like, okay, let's talk about when you found the bodies, then you'd have like that aspect of the shock and all that kind of stuff. So that's why I'm saying like the fact that he's breaking down so early when we're just talking about the morning events and when he got home, that's because what was it? This is in August, I believe, right? This interrogation. And then I think it was like June or July is when it actually, when it was actually committed. The act was actually committed. So there's obviously like a couple of months from it. But then in terms of the key aspect, where this is just talking about the morning events or the basically like the last time that it was like doing it with and all that kind of stuff, you know? But already the fact that he's he's breaking down, it shows that he ain't got one of these kind of like strong, resilient, like, I didn't do nothing, cop. I didn't do nothing. You know? Yeah, okay, if it was months, police would be sick of me. I'd be contacting them constantly, giving them every detail I happen to remember and checking in. Good point as well, Shante. You know?
We started out going to look at the sunflowers because he was worried about the sunflowers. That was the first thing we looked at. And then we just rode. We just rode and looked at. I mean, we hadn't done it in a while. We just rode, talked, and rode, talked.
What you talk about?
Everything, you know. Just one of the main things, he'd been having trouble, his feet had swelled up, and we were worried about blood pressure and stress on him. And I mean, he handled all this stuff so amazingly, but I mean, we were just so worried about it. But I mean, we talked about that, we talked about the farm, we just talked about everything.
Has Paul been seeing a doctor for this feet?
No, sir.
They are trying to get him to go,
Trying to get him to go.
and he was resistant.
Yeah, he had been resistant, but much less so after his feet swelled up. I mean, he'd been having all kind of little problems, but much less after his feet swelled up.
As parents, I'm sure you and Maggie stayed on him about going, how did he respond to you?
To going out,
No, going to the doctor.
he did.
When y'all talked about it.
He's very resistant, very, very resistant. I mean, we talked to him about seeing a doctor, about the stresses of everything with the boat wreck. He didn't think he needed to do that. I mean, we tried to watch him really closely. But he was resistant.
What time did Maggie get back home that night?
Later, I'd say probably, the best I can tell, a couple hours after we got there.
When you and Paul returned back to the house, was Maggie there?
I can't remember if Maggie came by the shed when Paul and I were up there, or if we met her at the house. But, you know, it's not unusual for her, if we're messing around, for her to swing through up there.
Mm-hmm.
But Maggie was supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me, and me worried about my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And so she came home.
So at that point in the interview, she said, did he tell you she came home because she was worried about his dad?
Yes.
Basis for the objection.
Leading, he just repeating what the jury just heard on the video.
Yes, sir.
God, I can play it and come back and ask him to clarify that, that's all. Go ahead, please.
But Maggie was supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me, and me worried about my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And so she came home.
Where was she going to stay that night?
At Edison. We were having work done down there. And I wasn't 100%, but it's pretty well she was going to stay at Edison.
So it kind of surprised you that she came back?
That didn't totally surprise me. She'd let me know earlier that she was coming home. But then I found out later, wow, she came home.
She was concerned for you?
Sir?
What time did y'all sit down and eat dinner?
Not too long after that. Blanc had made dinner. And so the three of us ate dinner together.
What was the conversation around the dinner table?
Normal. Regular stuff. I mean, I can't tell you exactly, but
How was Maggie's appointment in Charleston that day?
I think it had gone good. We didn't really get the chance to talk about it in detail. She's been having a couple of medical issues. I can't even remember which one. It wasn't anything huge. I can't remember exactly which one she went for.
And after dinner, Maggie and Paul went to the kennels, or?
And you know, I don't know exactly how that went. I stayed on the couch and I dozed off. And then I got up.
Did you watch TV that night?
I know the TV was, I believe the TV was on. But I wasn't watching it, you know, and
We'll stop right there, please. And I'm not going to ask you to repeat that, but this next question regarding a tree video, had you confronted him with that before?
No, sir, I had not.
Okay, please go ahead.
There is a video on Paul's phone of you and him on the farm that night. And you were in khaki pants and a dress shirt. You were playing with a tree.
I don't remember playing with a tree.
Yeah. I guess there was a tree sapling or something that had fallen over or bending over, and you were trying to get it to stand up. But I mean, the question in that is, when I met you that night, you were in shorts and a t-shirt. At what point in that evening did you change clothes?
I'm not sure. It would have been,
Before dinner or after dinner?
no, it would have been, what time of day was that? I would have thought I had already changed.
There's not a time.
Is he asking you now what time that picture was?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll stab on it because there's so many posts, but I want to say it looks to be about dusk. So that would have been 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I guess I changed when I got back to the house.
Earlier when we spoke, and you talked about waking up from your nap and going to check on your mother, and you tried to call Maggie and you tried to call Paul, and then you sent Maggie a text that you were going to check on your mother. You also told me that Maggie didn't normally go with you to check on your mother, but that she might ride that night. Did you go by and check on her?
Go by and check on my mom?
Maggie, before you left to go?
No, I didn't.
Was her not responding to you and thinking that she might ride with you? Why didn't you?
I don't remember having plans that Maggie was going to ride with me. But maybe she had told me that she was that night. I don't recall that. I don't remember that specifically, but she didn't normally go with me. I mean, it's not like we had plans that she was going to ride with me, but if she was going,
So, these are just some maps I pulled off of Google.
Okay.
What route did you take from Moselle to your mom's?
I would have gone to the right on Moselle Road, 63, into Barnville, turn left on the road, right before 278, 601, and then in front of the school, turn right. That's how I believe I went.
You said right on Moselle to 63.
No, sir, right on Moselle.
Yeah.
The normal way is right on Moselle to Dobson Road.
Okay.
Dobson Road to 63, 63 into Barnville, left on whatever the road is that goes to the school. Right, and then either 63 or left on the road that goes down and then on 63.
How often did you go visit your mother that late at night?
I mean, it wasn't infrequent. It wasn't all the time. I mean, visited her, you know, all times a day.
Just checking on her, especially with your dad being sorry.
She had been having a particularly, you know, she's got Alzheimer's really bad, or pretty bad. And she had been particularly agitated. You know, with him not being there, and I checked on her more in the days and weeks following my dad's passing than, you know, otherwise, but several times a week, you know, any time.
How long would you say you were at your mom's at night?
45 minutes, an hour.
Had you talked to Shelley Smith at this point?
She had been interviewed, yes. I had not spoken with her by that time.
45 minutes to an hour?
Yes, sir.
Please don't.
And you took her back home to make any stops on the way?
On the way there,
On the way to your mom's work on your return trip back home?
stops. No, I didn't go anywhere. I went straight there. I did not. No, sir.
And then earlier in the day when you were down at the shed in the kennels with Paul, did y'all discuss any injuries to any dogs?
Did he and I? No, but Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail, and somebody saying his leg was broken.
Stop there, please.
Which one's his dog?
You turn up Mr. Orange's volume?
Video?
Yes. Or turn up the volume.
Any dogs?
Did he and I? No, but Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail, and somebody saying his leg was broken.
So right here in the interview, your question was, did Paul tell you that? So did he deny that he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He never said he had a conversation.
What if anything did he say about whether he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He didn't indicate that he had a conversation with Paul. He said he had a conversation with Rogan Gibson.
That he'd heard that from Rogan?
Yeah, but did he? Pet that dog? Yeah, I got the meme. We got the meme about this, folks, you know what I mean? But again, what was the dog doing?
Yes, sir.
Which one's his dog?
It's a chocolate puppy, I think.
Was the leg broken?
Not that I know of.
I can certainly see why something might be wrong with his tail, because when I was out there, he was chasing his tail and whipping through the fence and trying to grab it.
Yes,
So it was puppy energy. When you got back to Moselle, which driveway did you enter?
I went in the brick gates.
And Maggie and Paul weren't there. Were there vehicles at the house?
Yes, sir.
How did they get down there that night?
I was hoping you were going to be able to tell me that.
The only thing that I can come up with is that black truck. Is that Buster's old black truck?
Yes, sir.
Does it normally stay down at the farm, or does it stay at the house?
Both.
Both. Did Maggie ever walk down there?
Maggie walked down there a lot. But Paul, I mean, had just, if you showed me some proof that Paul walked down there that night, I would be surprised. Absolutely surprised.
Well, thinking about Paul's health concerns, do you think Maggie could have gotten him to walk that night? Say, come on, let's walk with me this one time.
You know, it's possible, but again, that would be highly, highly unusual. He would have talked her into ride. Been highly unusual for him to walk.
So when you were at the kennels, you were just down there with Paul. And you left. You went back to the house for dinner.
You know, I mean, Paul and I were just knocking around up at the shop, the shed, the kennels, and just the whole property. And that was before dinner, yes, sir.
And you didn't go back down there after dinner until your return trip from visiting your mother.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Keep going.
I've got information that Paul was on the phone.
Had you confronted him with what you're about to ask him prior to this?
No, I had not.
And the question you had just asked him, did that deal with whether he went down to the kennels or not after supper?
Correct.
And he said he had not.
He had not.
I think we're about to get into phone GPS, folks.
And Maggie was heard in the background. And you were heard in the background. And that was prior to 9 p.m.
I heard Rogan Gibson ask me if I was up there. He said he thought it was me.
Was it you?
At 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Not if my times are right.
do you think it could have been?
I have no idea.
And Rogan's been around your family for pretty much all of his life.
Oh, absolutely.
And he recognizes your voice, and you have a distinct voice. Do you think of anybody else that has a voice similar to yours that he may have misinterpreted?
No, no, sir. I mean,
Por favore.
you know, when we were talking, he had asked me that. So, and I mean, he had told me that he thought I was up there.
Did that surprise you?
Yes, sir.
So there's a couple of things, Schleprock, right? Apparently there was a video that the son Paul took where he was like playing around with like a tree branch or some shit like that, or he was whacking a tree branch or some shit like that. And now I was wrong. It's not phone GPS. It's like there's an actual like witness that said he heard this dude. So pressure is mounting, boys.
So when you return back to the kennels, when you return home from your mom's, where were the dogs?
They were like they were when I didn't put dogs up.
Okay.
So
they weren't running loose?
however they were,
Okay. At one point in the 911 call, you say here, like you're talking to somebody else or something else.
I say here.
Here, yes, sir. So the dispatcher is asking you if they're breathing, and you said no. And she asked did you see anyone else in the area, and you said no. She asked about guns near them, and you said no. And then you kind of stutter and start moving around, and you said here.
I don't have any memory of saying that. I guess I'd have to listen to it, you know, but I don't recall a dog being out. I'm certain that there was not a dog out. You know, I mean, there's other things people have told me about that 911 call that I don't remember. I don't know here. Like I was calling a dog.
Calling a dog, talking to somebody else. I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Yes, sir. And I mean, there obviously was nobody else out there.
Okay.
And I'm certain that there was not a dog loose. But I don't.
Again, if I was the detective, I couldn't help myself. I'd be like, but did you pet that dog? Did you pet that dog? You know, welcome in, Ivan, pull up a chair, get comfy. They're going to crack that nut. Hey, man, what can I say, man? What can I say? But like, just notice the difference. Like, just ask him what to do that morning. He breaks down in tears and all this kind of stuff. But then when he's talking about like literally the dispatch call, you're not triggering any emotion, all this kind of shit. Food for thought. Food for thought.
I don't remember saying anything about Buster would know. Something about threats. I was asked about that later. If I had information about, or if Buster had information about threats that I had said he would know.
Have you learned learned anything new about any threats against Paul or your family?
Nothing really new, no, sir. Outside of things that Randy's told you, or, there was just so many things on the internet that, just. But nothing new, no, sir.
So during the 911 call, and we also talked about that that night, you returned back to the house to get a shotgun.
Yes, sir.
What door did you enter?
The best that I can remember, I went in the side door, and I went straight to the gun cabinet.
Were you focused on any particular shotgun, or you just grabbed one?
I just grabbed one.
How do you normally load your shotguns? Avid hunters load shotguns special ways, different types of munitions, and I'm just asking you how you load yours.
I mean, I normally put it in the chamber and push the button.
What types? What type of shot do you load?
All kinds. I mean, I've loaded bird shot, buck shot, slugs, skeet shot.
At the same time? I mean, would you load like a bird shot and a buck shot in the same load?
Not normally. I mean, normally you're putting in, a load for whatever you're hunting.
Mm-hmm. The reason I'm asking about that, the shot shells that we recovered that night, one was a turkey load, one was a buckshot.
I understood that.
The shotgun that you had with you that night, there was a bird shot and a buckshot. When Jeff went back the next day, I'm not sure which attorney it was, pointed out that there had been a shotgun laying on the pool table that he had put away, and pointed out the ammunition that was with that, and it was a buckshot and a bird shot. And then the shotgun that we took for potential comparison, it was also loaded with a bird shot and a buckshot. So I have all of these consistent loads along with what's that in the feed room. I call it the feed room at the kennels. Is that what you call it?
That's
Okay.
fucking good enough.
Okay. If I say feed room, I just want you to know what I'm talking about.
The night I grabbed the shells that I could get my hands on, I had no idea exactly what I had.
Okay. Also, when we talked, I asked you if it was normal to keep guns down at the kennels. And you said you would have to check. Have you been able to check to see what was missing from your collection?
I have, yes, I know what's missing from, what I believe is missing from our guns.
Okay. And what are those?
There's 3 guns that I think are missing.
Okay. And what kind of guns are those?
It would be a Benelli shotgun, a Browning shotgun, and a pump shotgun.
The Benelli and the Browning, are they pump or autos?
The Benelli and the Browning are automatic.
And the pump shotgun, what brand is that?
I believe it's a Remington, but I'm not positive.
Are they like standard brown and black, all black, or camo?
The Benelli is black. The Browning is camo, and the pump is camo.
Would you have those serial numbers recorded anywhere?
I don't have them recorded, but I'm sure. I don't know where the pump shotgun exactly came from, but I should be able to have the Benelli and the Browning.
Okay. Because we don't know if they're stolen or where they are. So I really can't get them entered into NCIC. But
Go ahead.
But I could alert the ATF to where if that gun is run, that there would be an alert on it and it would get me at least back to the gun and person that may have had it.
Absolutely.
So if we could work on that and get those as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
You said Benelli's black, Browning's camo, and the pump is camo?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The Browning is a brown camo, and the pump is a green camo. And, you know, I understand also that a 300 was used that night. And I know there's been some, I understand John Bedingfield said he only had 2 of those, one of which was lost 3 a long time ago, but I'm telling you, now I am certain that we replaced that gun. All right?
Actually, John knows that he sold Maggie a 3rd gun.
Okay. Okay.
And the story was that she was supposed to let you know that she paid for it, for you to go sign the paperwork. And that never occurred.
Okay. So that's why there wasn't a number? Okay.
Well, he has the number. He just doesn't have a final sale on the ATF paperwork.
Okay. That was replacing the one that Paul
lost, yes.
That's correct.
And both of those 300s, those serial numbers are with the ATF and flagged in the system. So when they pop up, it'll get me to those.
Okay.
And that's, you know, we talked about the shot shells. So the cartridge casings were 300 blackout cartridge casings that were found by Maggie. There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room, and at the shooting range.
You're now asking about shell casings that were found by Maggie. That's Maggie's body, correct?
The cartridge casings found by
Cartridge
Megan, yes.
Had he ever been confronted with this information prior to right now that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, okay, cool.
I believe he was, but not by me, I don't think.
Maggie. There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room, and at the shooting range.
Okay.
And the ones by the house and some of the ones found at the shoot range are confirmed matches to the ones found by Maggie.
Okay.
So, which gets another concern. I've got the same load as the shot shells in multiple guns and 300 blackout that match ones found on your property.
So you now believe that those guns, that Paul's guns were used?
Yes,
Okay.
and missing.
And I understand that somebody had seen that gun recently, but, you know, and I'd asked Buster about it. I believe that that gun has been gone since back before Christmas.
Nolan recalls Paul's first 300 going missing around Halloween at a party at Hampton.
Halloween of 2020?
When did y'all?
No, because that was
It was
years.
Yeah, it was whatever Christmas he got it. So it was 17. Christmas of 17. So it was the Halloween after, and 18 is when Nolan believes it was taken out of Paul's truck. There's and I don't It would take me a while to find those notes, but Mark Williams or Matt Williams is a family friend, and I may have the name wrong, but there was hundreds of people at this Halloween party. Nolan says adults were there, kids were there, and Nolan knows that the gun was in Paul's truck when they got to the party, and when they went to leave the party, it was gone. So that's the timeline on when that gun goes missing.
Okay. I mean, I knew it had been a while.
And then I think in April of 19 is when, April of 18.
Christmas is 16, January
Okay.
17 is when they did the work.
Gotcha. Another part in the 911 call, you made the comment, I should have known. And the questioning that surrounded, the dispatcher's asking, is anybody else supposed to be at the house? And you said, no ma'am, please hurry. And she says, we're getting somebody out there to you. And your next comment was, I should have known. What are you referencing in that statement?
I don't remember saying that, but I guess, all the threats and I had been convinced that this was something to do with the boat wreck and, all of that.
Yeah, notice the body rocking when he's saying that. Which means he didn't mean to blurt that out when he was on the call.
Get physical with you? Ever get into a heated argument and get physical?
One time, a little bit where he wouldn't listen to me.
Did you ever get physical with him?
No, sir.
How about Maggie? Did Paul get physical with Maggie?
No.
Sure, she probably wanted to at times.
I'm sure she wanted to with all of us.
Yeah.
And the one time Paul did that, he had had too much to drink. And it was a very isolated incident.
Where was that? Was that at Moselle or Edisto?
That was at Moselle.
So that was pretty recent.
No, sir. It had been a while.
When you turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out and you picked it up and your statement was something like, I thought about doing something, but then I put it back down. And that was the interview, our first interview. What were your intentions with the phone?
I don't know. When I went up to him and the phone came out, I don't remember having intentions of doing anything with the phone.
You say when I went up to him, the phone came out?
Yes. When it popped out, when you told him for review.
Okay, thank you.
You got anything real quick?
Going back when y'all ate dinner together after Miss Maggie got home and you and Paul got back from riding around.
So,
Can you estimate about how long y'all would have been at the dinner table or ate at the dinner table?
it wasn't any long drawn out dinner, just,
I mean, just a guess. any, you said there was conversation at the dinner table, but
Fifteen, 20 minutes. How long it takes to. Best guess.
okay. Keith, David asked you just earlier about when y'all were riding around the farm, and you said y'all had the pistol in the truck, y'all had shot a few times, really not target practice, but shot a few times. You said that you had, on that day, you didn't see any long guns, rifles or shotguns in the vehicle. Prior to that, how long prior to that do you recall seeing guns or any guns in that vehicle?
I mean, Paul always had guns,
Okay.
so. I mean, it was very unusual for Paul not to have guns,
And when you say gun, is it rifles or shotguns or
everything.
both? Okay.
Yes, sir.
His truck that he normally drove, I believe it was the Platinum, went into the shop that Friday prior to. I think Mark Ball went and got some video from Jimmy Butler's that shows Paul dropping the truck off and not removing anything from it. So basically, he would have taken the rifles out at home. Do you know what he did with those rifles? If he would have put them in a different truck, or if he put them in the house, or would he have? So the truck that he drove, where was it parked on that Friday? So where would he have swapped everything out?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where the truck that he drove on Friday. What truck did he swap out from?
I think when he went to Charleston, Dale said that he helped hook up the boat to one of the white Fords. And I know one's a gas and one's a diesel.
It wouldn't have been the gas truck going to Charleston. I'm not sure. So this occurred the Friday before everything happened?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. On Friday, I had gone to stay in the hospital with my dad. I don't believe that I saw Paul. On Friday.
When did y'all go up to Columbia?
On Saturday.
Why didn't Paul go with y'all?
You know, I mean, Paul, he didn't, I mean, he liked to go to sports when there was a crowd, but that wasn't his thing to go.
Is that always how it's always been, or because of the boat incident?
No, I mean, he wasn't into ball as much.
One thing that I'm trying to understand is your timeline. You said you probably went to the office 8:30, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and you left early around 5 or 5:30. And there's been some other timelines or times that we've talked about and you can't quite remember what the times are, what time of day it was. when the dispatcher asked you when was the last time you saw Maggie or talked to Maggie, you said an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. To me, that's, a set, without thinking about it, you rattled off that time. We're sitting here trying to figure out a timeline.
The question was, you told the dispatcher hour, 2 hours ago?
Hour and a half to 2 hours.
Hour and a half, 2 hours. What time was the 911 call?
10:06 p.m.
Hour and a half, 2 hours prior to that.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And you're having trouble coming up with a specific time.
Oh, man, it's fair.
Tell me again what I said to the dispatcher.
You said an hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours.
And what time was that?
That was when you were on the phone, and the 911 call was made at 10:06. So given 2 hours back, that would have been 8.
I mean, I think that's probably about, I think that's probably about right. And so what do you believe I'm giving you an inconsistent answer?
No, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it when I'm asking you what time you went to the office that day, what time you got home.
Can I ask you a question? Yes. At this point in the investigation, did you have the video back from Paul's phone showing the dog at the kennels?
No, sir, I had not.
You said 5 or 5:30. I've got the card readout from the law firm, and it shows you going in at 5:30.
Going in the door?
Yes, sir. And Randy says when he left about 6 o'clock, you were still there. So the times aren't matching up. And I'm just trying to get I'm just trying to get an understanding of why.
I believe I left, so because that's not the first time I was at my office that day.
There were several readings, but your card wouldn't work. Somebody actually had to let you in.
Okay.
But I've got your card opening a door at the law firm at 5:30. And then Randy saying when he left at 6, you were still there. I'm trying to understand.
I left the office earlier than I normally do.
What's your normal time to leave?
I mean, it's not unusual for me to be there till dark. I try to get home when Maggie's home, before dark.
She don't like staying out there by herself in the dark.
That's right. So, if it was 5:30 or 6, I don't think I was still there at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
But, if I was, it wasn't long after that.
Okay.
So, I believe that I went straight home. So, my car, have y'all been able to get Chevrolet to download my?
We're still working on that.
Okay.
It's a long process.
And the reason why the timing of this, of when he left the office and all this kind of shit, is going to be pivotal in terms of the rest of the timeline. Okay? Because bear in mind that he gave this whole spiel that he went back, then he went out like driving with Paul, visited dog kennels, all this kind of stuff, then went back, had dinner, and then had a whole nap, and then he went back out. So in the space of, if he stayed past 6 o'clock, you're talking about, like within that like 4-hour time frame, he's went out, done a bit of shooting practice with Paul, visited the dogs, all this kind of stuff, came back, changed his clothes apparently, had dinner, and then had a nap, all in the span of 4 hours. Like not only that, like had a nap, but then woke up, sent a message or whatever, and then like eventually went out to the kennels and found the bodies, all in the span of 4 hours, less than 4 hours, like more like 3.5 at least, and all this kind of stuff. Don't make no motherfucking sense.
I mean, I got home early enough for Paul and I to ride the property for a substantial length of time. You know, more than an hour. I thought probably a couple of hours that we were together, but somewhere.
Did you go down in the river?
We rode down,
Just basically what I said there, right? Let's say he leaves the office around 6 or half 6. No, let's say he left at 6, like a couple minutes after 6, which would still match with the dude at the office saying that when he left at 6, the dude was still there, right? Let's say, 10 minutes. We'll give it like a 10-minute filler or whatever, right? He leaves the office, right? How long is it going to take him to get home? Let's say 20 minutes. That puts him to half 6. He returns home. Then he's there with Paul. They go out, and by his own words here, he's saying a couple of hours. That puts him at half 8, right? Goes back to the house, has a dinner, which, like I said, 15, 20 minutes. It's called, like, in terms of prep and sitting down and all that kind of stuff, we call that half an hour. That's 9 p.m. He's now to change clothes, have a nap, apparently, and then get back out to the kennels to find the bodies. All in the space of an hour. He's having a nap, and going out to the kennels. His timeline don't make no motherfucking sense.
all the roads. I believe that we rode all over. We rode all over.
Have I been able to answer some of your questions? I know you probably have more, but with my questionings, trying to get some things cleared up, have I given you some answers?
Well, I do know more than I did, for sure. So, yes, some of those questions have certainly, yes, sir.
What other questions do you have that?
I would like to know exactly what happened.
Me too. The best that I've been able to put together.
Until it looks like. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I believe Paul was shot first. For the simple fact of where he was located.
How many times was he shot?
Twice.
I thought he shot
Welcome in,
Maggie
Spartacus.
first. I think
Pull up a
he
chair.
shot her in the back of the head.
What, you said he thought we shot Maggie first, or Maggie was shot first?
He thought, Alex said that he thought Maggie was shot first because she had been shot in the back of the head.
Go ahead.
We may honestly never know who was first, but I think it was Paul, for the simple fact he wouldn't have, if he saw his mother getting shot, he wouldn't have run to that feed room. Unless that's where one of the guns was. But, we've already established family guns were used. And if they came from Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
And how did they get down
And
there?
how did they get down there?
Did you just ask him, we've established family guns were used?
Yes, I did.
Objection's overruled. Proceed.
What was his response?
Sorry.
Would nothing be the answer?
Correct.
Go ahead.
I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back to the house and leave the key in it.
I mean, do you,
Just right before that question on
And how did they get down there? You know, we've already established family guns were used. And if they came from Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
And how did they get down
And
there?
how did they get down there? I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in the cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back to the house and leave the key in it.
I mean, do you know that the guns were in the truck? I mean, could they have been somewhere else?
They could have been somewhere else. I mean, he didn't have his normal truck.
And I understand that Nolan Tootin believes he saw the gun 3 weeks beforehand. And I haven't talked to him, but is he believes it was the one that, not the one that was at the house?
I think it was a Benelli was his shotgun that he always kept, that Paul always kept with him.
Paul primarily kept, he kept one of a couple of Benellis.
And it was a camo Benelli. Is the last one that Nolan saw.
Okay.
And HDD, some type of 7mm rifle.
Yes, sir.
Do you have that at home?
Yes, sir. That's what he saw?
That's what he saw.
'Cause I was told by somebody that Nolan saw a 300.
He told me he had not seen a 300 since March after turkey season.
Okay, well, somebody.
But those were the go-to guns, and those are the last ones that he saw.
The
He said he had,
HDD and the,
and Benelli. He had not seen the 300 since March during turkey season.
and he definitely saw it during turkey season.
Yes, sir.
Because there was some point, back when it was missing at Christmas time.
The third one's missing at Christmas time?
Yes, sir. So, anyway, if he saw it in March.
Did y'all get any kind of forensic of anything that y'all found? Just the rain and the...
Yeah. I mean, we got plenty of DNA from the scene, but
Yeah.
it's Nolan's, it's Rogan's, it's Alex, it's Paul's, it's Maggie's, it's Buster's.
Everybody,
Yeah.
David, can you tell me for sure? Did either one of them live after they were shot the first time?
Not long.
Was that
The shooting happened very quickly. Very quick.
Is this one person, two persons, three persons?
Is that the first time he's ever asked you that?
Yes, sir.
Ever?
That I recall, yes.
In the whole investigation at this point?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I got 2 guns. I got 2 different types of ammunition. It's hard to say. It is hard to say.
Not in either one of them suffered very long.
Matter of seconds, if that.
Thank you.
Have y'all been able to get anything in Paul's phone that might lead to anybody? Would it be? Let me ask you this question. Comes from Randy. Alec, I didn't talk to you about this, but
It's okay.
you know, they got a lot of friends in the community. You know, from the upper echelon to the lowest socioeconomic level. They think that they can ask people to keep ears out, you know, loose lips, talking, that kind of stuff, but they don't want to reach out to anybody. Not close, unless y'all think it's okay. I'm not talking about paying people to do stuff,
Yeah.
investigators.
Well, I've talked to Randy about this as well. He posed that question to me.
Right.
I'm not going to ask anybody in the law firm or anybody in the family, hey, go out and see what you can find and report back to me.
Sure.
Because then it can be construed as they're working as an agent of the state.
Sure.
And
I understand that completely. You don't even have to explain that, I understand it.
so, I mean, I told Randy, I said, I certainly can't stop you from going out. But I wouldn't ask them what they know and then report back to me. Tell them to call me. Tell them to call the tip line we have still set up. Or if you hear somebody talking about it, encourage them to call. Or give me the name and I'll go call.
I hear what you're saying.
So David, we don't have not anything substantive that really makes you think, hey, this is a good.
Yes. Like I said, the only DNA we have are family and close friends. We don't have any fingerprints. We don't have, unfortunately, we don't have any shoe wear or tire wear impressions because it rained that night. The only thing that we can go off of are the cell tower dumps, or you know, the FBI was out and they were out on your property on Friday riding around trying to get some cell phone data. Unfortunately, all of that takes time.
And y'all had to send because his vehicle's new, you had to send that off.
Yes, sir.
So it's not like when we hire experts to come in and just download it.
It's 2021 and they don't have the systems for it yet. Gotcha. But they're creating a system from what I understand.
Okay. Now, I don't know exactly how the OnStar thing works. I know how the control module works. But this is something different, right? Or is it all contained in the same thing?
There are 2 different systems that we took out.
Yeah.
One is OnStar and the other one is the telemetry system or infotainment center.
Yeah.
And the FBI says there is information there.
Yeah.
They just have to be able to extract it and put it in a report.
Sure. Okay.
So
you're just waiting for that?
Okay. I'm waiting on the search warrant from OnStar
Okay.
to see what kind of information they can give me.
Good.
There's,
You need if us signing something expedites that. I told you we'll get,
I
I don't own the car, but whoever we need to will sign whatever authorization you need.
So you had said that, or maybe Jim told me or something about y'all were able to get in Paul's phone just with a search warrant?
We have a what they call a partial download.
Yeah.
Because we don't have the passcode.
Sure.
We can't do a full extraction.
Do you think, so, my thought was that, I don't know who's required to authorize Apple to open it.
Mhm.
I know there was that big thing where they weren't gonna do it.
Yes, sir.
Or whatever case. But I thought that if we, I think Maggie owned the phone. I think it was in her name, the account was in her name.
Well, you have to have your own separate iCloud account for each phone. And we've done that for Maggie's, Paul's, and Alan's
Okay.
iCloud accounts
Yeah,
to see if there's anything in there.
yeah.
There was nothing in Paul's. I'm still waiting on Maggie's.
Maggie did back hers up and stuff. I know that.
Does that mean Paul didn't back his up?
Probably.
Oh shit, I was muted. Very interesting. They're going into the whole like iCloud and Apple, all this kind of shit, because just let you all know, folks, that shit gets backed up on servers. So even when you delete it, it doesn't actually delete it. You know what I mean? There's a record of it somewheres, so to speak. But like I said, we're coming up to that 2-hour mark. We're going to reset the timer. 1 sec. So we do this thing, oh Bob. So we've reset the timer. Now's the perfect time, folks. If you got any spare coinage in the wallet and all this kind of stuff, now is the perfect time. Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god, StreamYard is bugging out. Okay. Right. Now is the perfect time, folks. Let's call it to either stretch the legs, go in and out, griff break, grab a cup of coffee. I'm going to be grabbing myself a cup of coffee, refreshing the waters, all this kind of stuff. I don't know what you heard, chat. I don't know what you heard, because a lot of people talk, you know what I mean? But
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free. We don't have we don't do advertisements. We don't have any sponsors. This show is entirely fan funded. These are the reasons why we're able to keep the lights on. So now's the perfect time. If you got any spare coinage to get the donations rolling, particularly if you can use the Ko-Fi, because YouTube and Apple are thieving bastards. We're talking about Apple at the moment in the video. You know what I'm saying? Thieving bastards. But anyways, folks, like I said, now's the perfect time to stretch your legs as well. Like the circulation is important, ladies and gentlemen. And grab a cup of coffee, grab a thing, drain the bladder, so to speak, as well. And yeah, if you have any spare shekels, it would be greatly appreciated. Other than that, enjoy the music. We shall be right back, folks.
In the merry month of scams, from me hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full all the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next. Next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Teriak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack follow the rock. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll all among the quality. Me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind. No bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling. And while I'm for the road, they said me Connacht brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack follow the rock. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Teriak. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. When off Holyhead, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack follow the rock. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me souls as I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, saw I was a hobbling. With the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack follow the rock. Now with me little leprechauns, we're grifting through the nations. Teriak leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack follow the rock.
Yeehaw! Sugar! Well, I'm a little old leprechaun, 5 foot nothing in green. Got a rainbow for a me and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs. But the gold's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, beer, drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing all rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's have Leafy Griff 6 9. I got Lucky Charms courses, just $9.99. Millionaire mindset from a fella who's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters, make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a country five god. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold? Make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down on my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. Now listen here, sugar, every coin that you send turns a poor little sprite into your rainbow best friend. Ooh, fill it up, right eyes. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold? Make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 1,000 if you dare. I'll be jigging in diamonds, green glitter in me hair. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't say no. I'm the griftiest leprechaun you'll ever know. Kinky, fill me pot.
Yeehaw, as they say in the Americas. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Like I said, this one's like a lot of people like to do the whole like, well, we can only go based on like the evidence, the physical evidence, all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But cross is another from this, right? Now, because we know the DNA found was only family and friends, so to speak, right? It essentially rules out an outsider coming in, particularly like they kind of brought up in the case as well, where it appears that there was multiple guns used in this situation, right? And a key aspect is the physical in terms of how they carry over the guns to the location. You know what I mean? So it's definitely something in terms of like that line. It's like, okay, that ain't exactly adding up, you know? Because apparently this dude found them. And we don't even know kind of like how he came to find them and all this kind of stuff. But even just to carry the guns down with you, it's kind of like one key aspect to that. Again, I can't really kind of find the way unless they drove down, and then he used the guns and then drove the truck back up and then walked back down, and you know what I mean? Kind of one of those scenarios. But again, like in terms of like the totality of it, not a lot of it's adding up. But let's catch up a chat before we get back into the video. Don't everyone talk at one time. Exactly. Don't everyone talk at one time. But Schlepper Rock was saying he's doing the Irish potato dance. Shout out to Schleprock, you know what I mean? And we got Jack as well. Welcome in, Jack. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. Get yourself a cup of coffee. You know what I'm saying? We're going through the Apple records, I think, at this point. Which, again, just to reiterate for you folks, like, you think you might delete that shit, it is, I can guarantee you, there's a record off that shit somewhere. You know what I mean? And we got an MS Ray. Welcome in, boys. Welcome in. Let me play the clip. Let me play the clip.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Thank yous all for coming. And shout out to Emma as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the raid. Like I said, basically to try and surmise this case as short as possible, this dude with the khakis, with the glasses on his head, blue shirt, essentially like he found his wife and son murdered. And he's a lawyer. His son was a lawyer as well, but his son was involved in some like boating incident. That was a huge legal case and all this kind of stuff. Essentially put him in like awkward situation financially. Apparently the wife was also thinking about leaving him. She was staying at a different residence at the time, or a different location at the time. And the timeline was basically he left his office at around 6 p.m. He says he left earlier, but there's witnesses saying that he stayed till at least 6 p.m. But even if we do that scenario, the timeline would be that him and his son, when they got back to the house, went out for like an hour or two, done a bunch of like, you know, like either like target practice, visited the dogs, all this kind of stuff. Then they came back to the house, had dinner with the wife, so the three of them were having dinner, and then essentially in that course, he basically had either changed his clothes. There was a questions that came up in terms of changing the clothes. Then he had a nap, and then when he woke up, he couldn't find the wife and the son, and then he eventually stumbled on their bodies out in the dog kennel, so to speak. You know what I mean? Take care, Tarek. Have a good one, Emmett. Thank you very much for the raid. Abe as well. God bless El Presidente, as they say. Kitty and Pawpaw. Guilty. Guilty. Boys, guilty. He's going to jail. He lies. Well, they always do. They always do. But in this particular one, what makes this interesting is, like, I'm pretty sure this may be the first one where there's an actual lawyer present. We had, like, Picasso would say, like, this is murder prawn. Bro, this is detective work. You know what I mean? Are all detectives murder prawnists? Or what would be the... What is the consumer of porn? Pornographists? Like, are all detectives murder pornographists? I don't think so. I don't think so. But this particular one, he has the lawyer, but the lawyer is basically useless. Like, at the beginning, the lawyer tried to fish for a bit of information, or tried to put him in a scenario where it's like, we're only here for information. We're here to answer questions and all this kind of stuff, and try to like rule him out as a suspect, as if that was going to work. But it didn't do shit. It didn't do jack shit. So we went through this whole thing of like him answering the questions, and now we're getting into a key aspect of like the phone records, which, like I said, you think you delete that text, trust me, it is saved somewhere.
What my thought was, and I don't know if this is even possible, but if we get the estate and we get the personal representative, who is now the authorized person, to authorize it to be opened. I mean, surrounded by 100 lawyers. We get a probate done like that, and I can have the powers of appointment done in 2 days, and we can authorize whatever it is you need to open.
And that might be beneficial.
So
I think Randy and I, or somebody and I, talked about that before.
Yeah, well, and I said I'd do it if any of us could do it.
Who would be the representative? Just somebody at a law firm?
Probably one of your brothers, I would think.
For Maggie and Paul's estate?
Yeah.
Probably me, or...
I mean,
or
I'll
my
do
brothers,
it.
but whoever it is, it doesn't matter. Whoever it is will do whatever
Yeah.
y'all need to do to, no, it won't be anybody that'll be uncooperative.
Okay. Well, I mean, if y'all would go ahead and start working on that, then we'll reach out to Apple and figure out how we get that accomplished.
All right, because gotta be something there.
Mhm.
Gotta be something there. I can't think of anything else. I mean, have y'all had to track down all the wackos on the internet? Or just only the ones that you think seem a little more, not the opportunity and the inclination, you know?
There's been a few that I'm looking at.
Yeah.
But some of the information is just so far-fetched. You know, I talked with one guy, he called in and says, well, I knew that Maggie's son bought a house right around the corner. I'm like, okay, well, no, they didn't. That Maggie had left her husband some time ago and was going to move to Florida to be closer to her father because the mother was dead. And I'm like, okay, thank you, God.
So it's a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, people that want to get involved.
Yeah.
People that think they have some information. You know, and you know, especially the manner of death. They're all over the place.
Well, I mean, you know, y'all been taking a licking in the press about not disclosing stuff, but Jesus Christ, man.
I don't have anything to disclose.
Well, and you know, why are you gonna tell the bad guy what you got?
Thank you.
You know? I mean, I just don't understand it. I mean, look.
Nobody wants to know more than this man right here and this man right here.
I know.
Everybody else.
I believe that.
Everybody else.
David, how far apart in time were the shot? Either one of them know the other one was dead or had been shot?
I think it's impossible to answer that question. I think it is impossible.
But you certain Paul was shot first?
I believe he was. I'm not certain. I believe he was.
Maggie would have known that then, wouldn't she? You don't know how soon afterwards she was shot?
And it all depends on how many shooters were there. I mean, if we're looking at two shooters, it could have happened at the same time. If we're looking at one shooter, it would have happened. And don't.
Because, like, here's the thing: it's the scenario could be like this dude could have taken the boat out, or it could have been, you know, Maggie shot Paul and then he shot Maggie in a fit of rage, or vice versa. Paul shot Maggie and then he shot Paul in a fit of rage and all this kind of stuff. Like they're saying there, it could have been magically like an outsider and they both got shot at the same time and all this kind of stuff, right? But the fact that this dude's going on a fishing expedition, like, and he's drilling down on that key aspect of, like, who was shot first. He's trying to know, like, how much, like, information do the police have, particularly in the forensics. You know what I mean? Which, again, like, to play the devil's advocate, you could say concerned husband, all this kind of stuff. But the fact that, like, even from the initial, like, there was that whole kind of like lawyering, trying to like fish for the information, all this kind of stuff, and within like the first couple of minutes as well, just to give you guys an update from the beginning, everyone from Emmett's Raid, like within like the first 5 minutes, this dude had broken down into tears, and all the basically asked him was like, "Can you just walk us through the morning of the event?" You know, which again is a key question for detectives to ask, because you're putting suspect in the mentality of the event, and the body language gives it away and all this kind of stuff. But this dude's been doing a lot of like arms folded, rocking back and forth, leg, you know, jittering, and then obviously like the breaking down of the tears. But when the key difference of why I mentioned that is Now, when they were asking about the morning of the event, he broke down in tears. But then when he was talking about finding the bodies, there was no tears. There was no breaking down or any of that. You know what I mean? And he's like, welcome into the Emirates. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Hey, it is what is. It is what is.
I know you can't help but think about it, but don't beat yourself up over getting an answer. It's not going to do anything to you.
When I asked you, now that you talked to me, are you willing to, if some of my family, Maggie's mom and dad or sister, are you willing to talk to them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'll meet them where they want to.
And what,
I mean,
he said
I
you
know-
can meet them
And
closer to them.
yeah. No, I mean, I live in Charleston, so it's
Yeah.
nothing for me to shoot up to Somerville and meet with the brand setters.
Thank you. I know y'all are doing everything you can. And I don't take any personal offense at you asking me these questions. I know you gotta do what you gotta do.
Well, I mean, and I hate to give any credence to the media, but with the media keep throwing you in there, then
You gotta ask the questions.
if I can get every bit of evidence possible that's going to exonerate.
When you get my car stuff, that'll help.
Al, you said earlier Maggie didn't like staying out there by herself.
Yes, sir.
Was there any kind of, I know we asked you once before in one of the earlier interviews about cameras, and have y'all talked about doing any kind of camera system out there, you know, stuff getting missing, you know, Maggie talking about stuff getting missing. We're hearing that type of stuff, so.
We never really had problems with stuff missing, but we still talked about getting, cameras and, doing all of that, but we just hadn't done it. We talked about it for a while.
But not really any conversation about stuff up and walking away or getting missing between you and Maggie.
Any conversations between me and Maggie about stuff?
You and
missing?
Maggie or you and Paul, either one about stuff that had been missing or had somebody came up and taken from the bar or from the house or anything like that?
Only thing that I can remember being discussed missing was some drills and some Milwaukee tools.
How long ago was that?
Couple of it was since CB got hired, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Because that was one of the things Paul, when he was looking for him, was gonna ask CB. And I'd had a boy working out there for just a short period named Matt Luce. Is that the first time you've heard his name?
The last name, yeah. I've heard that there was Matt.
Matt Luce. I think it's spelled Luce.
And he basically did what CB does now?
No,
Or something?
he came in and was, just trying to, because I didn't have anybody working out there, just to kind of keep things from getting totally out of control. He came in and, he does that for another friend, works with another friend, and he's just kind of coming in to help me, probably probably would have been there in the late fall, probably, I'm guessing.
Is he from Hampton or Marlboro?
He's from Beaufort, I believe, originally, but he lives up in, he lives between Beaufort and, I'm trying to think of the name of the plantation that my friend Barrett Bowler has. That's who he works for.
Barrett Bowler?
Yeah, Junior.
Yeah, I spell it.
It's Bowler is how it looks.
B-O-U-L-W-A-R-E.
Tim Bowler,
Tom Bowler. Yes, sir. He was like one of my granddaddy's contemporaries. And now there's a Tom Bowler that's kind of just retired. And they are, I think that's, they're kin, but not super close.
How old is Matt? Ish.
I'd say he's 35. Like that. Maybe.
Do you still have his number?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have his number in my phone. Y'all get it out, but I can get it.
Where'd you go?
I had to step out and use the restroom.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Just text the guy to send it to me. We'll have it. Do you think anything else you want to ask questions about? Off the top of my head.
The pair of guns that you bought for the Christmas presents, They were matching set, right, other than color. Am I right about that?
Yes, sir. They were exactly the same.
With thermal night vision and stuff like that. The one that you purchased to replace the lost one, did it have any kind of optics on it? Night vision scope, anything like that?
It doesn't have a night vision scope. You know, and I don't know if Paul had put something on it. He would move scopes around from gun to gun to gun, but I'm not. Oh.
Then we're going to break for lunch. We'll return at 2:20. You may proceed. Yes, sir.
We will now continue with the interview.
Specific scope on it.
I don't know if it had, or we asked, when was the last time that gun had been seen? Do you know of?
I know that we looked for it around the Christmas holidays, or we went to get it around the Christmas holidays. I asked about it around the Christmas holidays.
Of 20, this past Christmas
Yes, sir.
holidays? Okay. And that was the replacement, what I guess we call it. Or,
That's correct.
okay.
Still trying to figure this out. I cannot exclude the boat incident and those involved. I know that y'all are currently going through the civil portion.
Can't exclude that because it's motive. You know, the old MMO, means, motive, and opportunity.
How far had that progressed? I mean, were y'all in the talks? Was it breaking down?
Can I say something real quick? I know nothing about the any of that stuff, and he's represented by lawyers in that case.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I personally believe he shouldn't be talking about that unless the lawyers he's represented by participate. I don't think it's. I mean, I'm sure that they're happy to do that,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think that a person should be talking about a pending action like that without their lawyers knowing about it and what. Because I know nothing about it. I'm completely separated from it.
I don't mind. You know, I have insurance companies hired lawyers, and then you know some of my partners are helping with that also. But you know, it's made some progress. You know, it's still unresolved, but it's not in its initial stages by any means.
And what I'm getting at with this, you know, it's in progress. I just want to make sure that it's not make sure that word there. You know, did one party say this and y'all countered or something like that where the other people are pissed off, and now we have somebody out there with more motive because now they're thinking, you know, Paul's going to get away with this. And
I mean, I'm not aware of any of those discussions. The only thing that I am aware of is that I've learned that one of the daddies of one of the kids in the boat wreck went to lengths to, or maybe it was his son, I don't know, but I was told that there are people out there that were being told you can't be friends with Paul and the Murdocks and with us. You gotta choose.
And that was a dad going out telling.
I don't know.
Or
I don't.
it was that dad or that kid going out saying this stuff.
I don't know that. I was told by a person who had been told that. It's Nate Tootin is the boy's name. So
Is that,
you can find out
is
from
that
him.
any kin to Nolan?
It's Nolan's younger brother.
Okay.
It's Nolan's younger brother. So I'm gonna answer this if y'all mind. Buster and I have a deal. Buster?
You probably don't get much service in here.
Buster. Buster.
If you go outside, hit that green button on the right.
In the defense. I explain my inability for the time. Apparently there's a period here where we've agreed we'll fast forward, which will pick back up when he comes back in. And the defense has agreed with that, it's my understanding.
You don't have any more questions?
This is the Snapchat video that I'm talking about from Paul's home.
Okay, I tell you what. Yeah, we were laughing about that because he's laughing because I'd gone to great lengths to try to, that tree got knocked over, and I'd gone to great lengths to try to get it to, be upright.
It ain't nothing got to do with what's actually happening in the video, son. What the key thing about this video is the timestamp. And the timestamp goes against his alleged timeline.
And,
Was that night? Because the friends that we talked to said it was posted that night.
And the timestamp record said it was that night. Notice how he's not answering the question? Oh, he's thinking hard, boy. He's thinking hard.
No, it's somebody's phone. I hear like somebody talking in the background. Okay. Like it was a call that had dropped or something. Anybody from the boat or their family that you've heard or know have any issues with them recently or prior to this incident?
like any confrontations?
Or them saying anything in the community about the lawsuit or the pending charges, anything that would kind of lead me?
I mean, David, I told you about you know, Kenya, tree horn, a month or so, maybe 6 weeks before this happened, called me, you know, just all out of sorts, you know, and told me, I told you about this,
Yes, sir.
right?
We've interviewed her, yes, sir.
So, I mean, she said she'd heard it from 2 different places that family from the boat wreck was, you know, it was over the top that I really didn't, you know, pay it a bunch of attention. You know, and I asked her about it. She said she didn't know who the people were, but she said that it was with a friend. It was at a friend's party. She knew who the friend was and would take y'all to the friend. So, you know, has she talked to you about that?
She's given us very little.
Do you feel like she's being evasive? Because let me tell you what I've tried not to do. I know y'all have to look at me. I've tried to have as little discussions with the people that y'all are interviewing, you know, with all this talk about how I fixed this and fixed that with the boat wreck, which is totally untrue. You know, I've tried to not have a lot of conversation with people that, you know, I know y'all need to talk to.
Well, the problem that I encounter, and I think everybody in law enforcement encounters in any investigation, people on the street talk and they run their mouth and they'll talk to friends and they'll talk to families and they'll talk to victims. But when the police show up, they keep their mouth shut.
So she's not talking to you?
She has given us some information.
Okay.
Some information.
So is there a problem with me going to her and, you know?
I'm not going to answer that.
So you're not telling me not to do it?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay.
Either way.
I'll get somebody to talk to her. All right? To try to get her to cooperate with you.
Darn, allergies. Excuse me. All right, do you have any more questions that I might be able to answer? And if you can't think of any now, reach out, call me.
Oh, well, no. I mean, you've answered a lot of things I had questions about, and I appreciate it.
And I'll call the Bransteaders and see if they want to meet. Maybe get Marion up there at the same time so I can just meet with them all together. Does Marion, I know they live on the Waterloo, does Marion work?
No, she doesn't work. And they're kind of between Wadmalaw and, I mean, they're residents of the state of Florida, but they're here as much as but they're in Greenville a lot right now.
Yeah, because of grandbaby.
The baby, that's right.
Thank you, man.
Yeah. I just, a few more questions.
Okay.
Did you kill Maggie?
No. Did I kill my wife?
Yes, sir.
No, David.
Do you know who did?
No, I do not know who did.
Did you kill Paul?
No, I did not kill Paul.
Do you know who did?
No, sir, I do not know who did. Do you think I killed Maggie?
I have to go where the evidence and the facts
I
take me.
understand that. And you think I killed Paul?
I have to go where the evidence and the facts take me, and I don't have anything that points to anybody else at this time.
So does that mean that I am a suspect?
You were still in, like I told Corey earlier, you were still in this. With everything that we've talked about, with the family guns, the ammunition. Nobody else's DNA. I have to put my beliefs aside and go with the facts.
Talking with Mr. Griffin, there's one sentence after that, before we redacted, we both agreed that I could leave and ask you, after that last question, do you say, well, I understand, I mean, and shaking his head?
Yes.
And that's what we have in terms of interrogation footage, ladies and gentlemen. Let me catch up in chat before we go. The next case. Spartacus, hopefully not affecting the moisture content of that HD lumber. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. And welcome in Pseudo as well. Don't tell me what to do, woman. I just did. How about that, boy? How about that? Spartacus lumber is all shit anyway. Just using it for concrete forms, not important. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. The taxpayers need to send Becky the bill for this bullshit. Who is Becky? Who is Becky? Becky Hill. I thought so. You're right. You can't tell me he ain't high as a kite. So frustrating. I wonder how much she made off that stupid book. Crazy to think he could get a fair trial at this point. But I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, it was kind of mentioned in the interview or an interrogation there, where it's like, people love to talk, they love to gossip and all this kind of stuff, especially when it's a high profile case. Like, as we know, like the Murdochs were like, or the Murdaws were like high profile lawyers and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But that kind of like, when you're kind of like that high profile in terms of like community, people are going to talk. You know what I mean? What I seen, it was stopped due to plagiarism, and then the court stopped it. Hopefully not much, if any. True that. It's insane to ruin your career and name for something so stupid. She has to be retarded to think it was going to go well for her. True that. That's good to hear. It was so stupid and selfish. It was the court reporter. Ah, man. Unbelievable. You know? Because the last thing you want to do is to interfere with the trial whatsoever. And if that's your fucking job, holy shit, man. Holy shit. But let's round out this case with to summarize and give you the facts before we move on to the next one. In the official account supported by the prosecution's evidence at trial and the jury's verdict, Alex Murdaugh murdered his wife Maggie and son Paul on the night of June 7th, 2021 at the dog kennels on the Moselle property. According to the timeline established through phone records, vehicle data, forensic evidence, and witness testimony, Alex had dinner with Maggie and Paul earlier that evening. He then drove to visit his mother, but returned to the property. While Maggie and Paul were at the kennels tending to the dogs, Alex confronted them and carried out the killings in rapid succession. Maggie was shot multiple times with a rifle, suffering fatal wounds, including shots to the head and torso. Paul was killed with multiple gunshot blasts at close range, with wounds to his chest and head. The attacks were described as deliberate and executed with weapons accessible on the property. Alex then altered the scene minimally, changed or disposed of clothing, and called 911 around 10 p.m., claiming he had just discovered the bodies after waking up from a nap at the main house. The precise sequence relied on digital forensics showing Paul's phone active and capturing audio consistent with the gunfire and immediate aftermath. Vehicle tracking places Alex's SUV at or near the kennels during the critical window, and the absence of evidence supporting an intruder. Ballistics linked the ammunition and weapons patterns to family-owned guns. Gunshot residue and other trace evidence on Alex were consistent with the prosecution's theory of his direct involvement. Financial records proved Alex was in dire straits with millions allegedly stolen and exposure imminent, providing the motive to eliminate Maggie, who knew of the troubles, and Paul, whose legal issues compounded the risk. Alex's post-murder actions, including the inconsistent statements in the August 2021 SLED interrogation, where he was confronted on timeline holes, further corroborated the evidence. After a comprehensive trial in 2023, the jury convicted Alex Murdaugh of the murders. He was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms without parole. The court accepted the evidence of premeditation and execution as proven beyond reasonable doubt. Additional financial crime convictions ensured lifelong imprisonment. This verdict closed the case according to the public record, with appeals largely unsuccessful in overturning the outcome. The official ruling affirmed Alex as the perpetrator who planned and carried out the killings to protect his crumbling world of fraud and influence. The impacts remain profound for the victims' families and community, ladies and gentlemen. But with that, we're on to the next case, Yeah, her bullshit caused a mistrial. Holy fuck, dude. That shit is infuriating. She also supposedly was trying to encourage the jury. Oh my god, man. Man. Infuriating is an understatement, Shantae. Wow. 100%. I appreciate Shante and Callie for again getting the backstories or the hidden stories that don't come up on it as well. Like I said, man, like the women are like pseudo FBI agents. You know what I mean? Shantae's always like giving us the background details or the details that we don't go over, So shout out to Shante and shout out to Callie. But this next case is called The Influencer and the Fatal Stabbing. Welcome again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Deductionist Files, the true crime show where logic, evidence, and relentless cross-referencing of publicly available facts take center stage. I am Detective Teriak, your guide through the shadows of murder cases that have gripped the nation. In every episode, I break down complex investigations step by step, drawing from police reports, witness statements, forensic details, digital records, financial documents, interrogations, trial transcripts, and every verifiable public source. We avoid speculation and focus on deduction, hence the name The Deductionist Files. What the evidence shows, what it contradicts, and how the pieces fit together. This is not tabloid sensationalism. It is a methodical reconstruction designed to illuminate the truth beyond shocking crimes. Today we examine the high-profile case of Courtney Clenny, a social media influencer and OnlyFans model, and the fatal stabbing of her boyfriend Christian Obumseli in their Miami apartment in April 2022. This case involves a volatile relationship, claims of self-defense versus allegations of murder, extensive video and audio evidence, and intense public scrutiny. We will outline the facts in the exhaustive detail, review key interrogation and evidence materials, and save the full trial outcome and verdict for the conclusion. Through careful analysis of timelines, alibis, motives, and physical evidence, we deduce the story as it unfolds according to the public record. Join me as we peel back the layers of passion, violence, and conflicting narratives in this modern influencer tragedy. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is once again afoot. So let us outline the details. This one's wild too. Hey, what can I say? Shantae's up to date with all this, you know what I mean? I was talking about this one in chat not long ago. Hey, what can I say, man? What can I say? Like, this whole thing of influencer, nah, she's a fucking prostitute. If you're an OnlyFans model, you're a fucking prostitute. Simple as, But Courtney Clenny, also known as Courtney Taylor, was a successful OnlyFans creator and Instagram influencer with a large following. She was in a tumultuous on and off relationship with Christian Obumseli, a cryptocurrency entrepreneur. The couple lived together in a luxury high-rise apartment in Miami's Edgewater neighborhood. Their relationship was marked by frequent arguments, with reports and evidence of mutual domestic violence, including audio recordings of screaming matches and prior police calls. On April 3rd, 2022, the fatal incident occurred inside their apartment. Courtney called 911 reporting that she had stabbed Christian in self-defense during an altercation. When the first responders arrived, Christian was found with a single stab wound to the chest and was pronounced dead. According to Courtney's account, Christian had become aggressive, lunged at her, and she grabbed a kitchen knife in fear for her life, stabbing him once. She claimed he was the primary aggressor that day. Prosecutors, however, alleged that Courtney was the aggressor, pointing to her history of violence towards Christian, the positioning of the wound, and evidence suggesting she had time and opportunity to de-escalate or retreat. The case featured significant video and audio evidence from inside the apartment, including security footage and recordings that captured the couple's fights. Interrogations and body cam footage showed Courtney's demeanor immediately after the incident, with blood on her hands and clothing. She was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. The investigation revealed a pattern of toxic dynamics. Text messages, photos, and witness statements from friends detailed arguments where both parties allegedly inflicted harm. Courtney had previously been arrested for battery against Christian, though charges were sometimes dropped. Forensic analysis focused on the single, deep stab wound that severed a major artery, the lack of defensive wounds on Christian consistent with a surprise or overpowering attack, and toxicology reports. The apartment layout, knife location, and blood splatter patterns were key to reconstructing the moments leading to the stabbing. Publicly available materials include police body cam videos, 911 calls, and court-heard evidence of prior incidents. The defense emphasized Courtney's claims of ongoing abuse and fear, while the prosecution highlighted her alleged control and the physical evidence contradicting a pure self-defense scenario. The case became a flashpoint for discussions on domestic violence, influencer culture, and self-defense laws in Florida. Okay. Now again, like I don't like when they, use influencer when it's OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying? I really don't like when they do that shit. You know what I mean? Because you're beating around the bush, so to speak. You're beating around the bush. One sec. Where we at? Is this the... Okay, one sec. I'm trying to get the raw. You get me? I'm trying to get the body cam footage before we get into the actual interrogation. Un momento, por favore. Here we go. There we go. We have this, and then we have this. Beautiful. All right, so here's the body cam footage. This is one of those rare moments that we actually have the body cam footage, so we can tell, we get like the initial actions from it. You know what I mean? She was tumultuous, not him. She looked a little different now. Yikes. They usually do. They usually do. I'm sure she does. I'm sure her looks were mostly fake. You know? No pun intended. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, jail must be rough. 100%, especially because you can't get the old Botox and the what's it called? what the fuck is like the Botox of the lips, and then what's the other thing that they do? The see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not good with the whole like quote unquote beauty treatments that they do and all this kind of shit. But I'm telling you, you ain't gonna be doing no beauty regimens in prison. I can tell you that, ladies. You know what I'm saying? But let's get into the body cam footage first. So this is like the initial kind of confrontation with the cops when she comes in, right, or when she reports the stabbing.
Just understand that drinking alone, and usually drinking alone in an environment that normal people wouldn't be drinking, those are all warning signs, okay?
Yeah.
This is Courtney Clenny.
OnlyFans model Courtney Clenny.
OnlyFans model Courtney Clenny.
Courtney Clenny. Courtney Clenny.
We are charging 26-year-old Courtney Taylor Clenny with 1 count of second-degree murder in Christian's death. She has been taken into custody in Hawaii.
In an interview with TMZ, her mother disclosed that Courtney struggles with alcohol.
When she was drinking, she could be a lot more temperamental. I mean, it got worse when she drank.
After the murder of her boyfriend, she was found drinking in a hotel.
I'll videotape her. Right now, yeah, you should go. Yeah, you should go. Because you just killed your boyfriend. Yeah, you did.
Prior to this tragic
That was
event,
Shantae.
she was also...
That was Shantae with the video camera. You killed your boyfriend, bitch. I kid.
Arrested for DUI after crashing a car.
Hey, bro. I think she's sleeping.
Maybe drunk.
Is the car still on?
Yeah.
Hello?
Huh?
Hi.
Hi.
Do me a favor, I want you to stay right where you are, okay? Awesome. Okay. Hey, what's happening?
What'd you say?
What's happening?
What?
What's happening?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing? Do you know where you are right now?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, where are you?
Where am I?
Yes. Dear, where are you right now, dear?
What'd you say?
Where are you right now?
Where am I?
Yes. Do you know the string you're on right now?
What?
Do you know what string you're on right now?
Yeah.
You do? What is the street that you're on right now?
Can't tell me to be honest, it's kind of one of those things where I don't want to know, Callie. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's best not to know. You know what I mean? Lip filler, all the makeup, and who knows everything else she was doing. Man, 100%. 100%. I heard they used Cherry Lolly Ranchers as lipstick. Cherry Jolly Ranchers. Like Jolly Ranchers sounds familiar, but I think that's like an American sweet. We don't have Jolly Ranchers over here. It is what it is, you know? Plus I'm carnivore, you know? She probably gained weight, her hair growing out. Well, even you can tell like the hair's a fake color. You know what I mean? Ain't no way this bitch is blonde. You know what I mean? Yeah, they have ways for like eyeliner, mascara. They thread their eyebrows too. They take strings off their blankets. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Huh? What street are you on right now? Hey, let me ask you this, okay? Let me ask you this. This is obviously a little confusing to take off the belt. Are you hurting anywhere? Do you need any medical attention for any reason?
No, I don't.
Okay, can you look at me real quick?
Yeah.
Do you know who I am? What do I do for a living? Can you look at how I'm dressed?
Huh?
Can you look at how I'm dressed? Do you see how I'm dressed? What do I look like to you?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know that I'm a police officer?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, good. All right. The only reason I'm asking is because apparently you've been involved in a collision. I don't know if you see the vehicle in front of you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to make sure that you're okay. All right?
I am okay.
So you're not experiencing any kind of pain or anything? Obviously,
I'm not.
Obviously
I'm not.
you were wearing a seatbelt. That's good. There's no airbags that are deployed. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have your ID with you?
No, I don't.
No? Okay, do you need any medical attention right now?
I don't.
You don't need any medical attention? Okay.
What happened on the crash?
No, stop again because the lights just stopped.
The light was red?
It's red, and
Yeah.
it stopped because somebody in front of me. And the
Uh-huh.
lady come and boom. I said, no, no more. He hit it one more time. He said, one more time. I said, no. I said, no.
So it hit you twice or just once?
It's twice.
It hit you twice.
I'll tell you what. Do you, by any chance, have anything dangerous inside the car that I need to know about?
No.
No. Okay. So I'm gonna have you step out of the vehicle, okay? And I want you to come with me, okay? We're gonna come right up here to the very top. All right?
Oh my God.
So do you need help unbuckling?
No, I don't.
No? Okay, I'll let you give you some time to unbuckle.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, not a problem. I'm gonna give you some space. I want you to step out. I want you to walk to the back. And see that patrol vehicle right there? I want you to walk towards that patrol vehicle.
Oh my God.
You're okay. Go ahead and go this way. Let's not worry about all that stuff. You can leave all that stuff right there. Yep, you don't need any of that. All right? So let's go ahead and, like I said, let's go ahead and walk over there towards that patrol vehicle. There you go. You're doing good. Right over here. Right over here. Keep on going. Right over here.
Too much.
I'm sorry?
Too much.
What's too much?
That's too much.
What's too much? Come on, Santos. There you go. This is Officer Santos.
You wait with her, brother? Yeah. Okay. You okay?
And just to correct the record, this is not after the stabbing, all this kind of shit. This is a previous incident that happened where she crashed the car. And she's clearly fucking gone in the head. You know what I mean? So this is why we kind of talked about earlier about like, oh, if only I had money, more problems. Very difficult to be broke and develop a drug addiction. You know what I mean? But she's either on alcohol or something stronger, perhaps. You know what I mean? This is the thing in terms of like the law enforcement and all this kind of shit, where you want a zero tolerance. Because this is like the reason why we're going through this body cam footage first is to show that, you know, it's more, it's I don't know if it's like, if you could say like if it's more clear that it's like repeat offenders and all this kind of stuff with the data that we have. But like people like this where it's like she's just crashed her car, she's out of it and all this kind of shit. At what point are you going to have this thing, this magical thing we like to call accountability? You know what I mean? I don't think she's feeling much of anything. Not at all, Callie, not at all. You know what street you're on? Easy Street, but not for long. I can't tell if she's drunk or drugged up. Or if she's just dumb. You know what I mean? Thank goodness for OF, yeah. A plight on humanity that shit is.
How are you?
I'm all right. Look, it looked like you were asleep when I walked up to the car.
How are you?
I'm doing fine. Well, we're doing social
Really?
distancing, so I don't want to be rude. I'm
Okay.
trying not to extend anything. Where were you headed to today, ma'am?
Huh?
Where were you headed to? You don't remember? Okay. Do you realize you're in a car accident?
Huh?
Do you realize you're in a car accident?
No, I don't.
That's your white Mercedes right there, right?
That's not okay.
Okay. That white Mercedes, is that your car?
Yeah,
Okay. You were driving it.
I was driving it.
Yeah. Ran into the back of that other guy's car.
Yeah.
He's okay though. He's not injured, thank goodness. What about any injuries for you? Do you have any injuries?
No, I don't.
No, you don't? Okay. I just need to know if I was going to call EMS or anything.
No.
Okay.
Nothing need to happen.
Do you know where you're at right now?
Yeah.
Where are we at?
I don't know where. No, I don't.
Okay. Can you at least tell me where you were trying to drive to? What was your destination? You were obviously driving somewhere. You remember where you were going? Where were you headed to?
Huh?
Where were you headed to? Where were you trying to get to?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Well, where did you leave from? What? Where were you at before you got in the car? Do you remember?
I don't know.
No. Okay. I'm glad that you're okay as far as injuries. I mean, that could have been a lot worse, you know. Yeah. Just walk with us, officer. There. We need to get some more information from you. I'll get started on the Brown forms.
You having a good day today?
No.
No. We're just gonna walk right up here, talk to this other officer real quick.
Okay.
All right. See my partner right over there? We're gonna go talk to him.
Hey, Courtney, I'm Officer Calicini with the Dallas Police Department.
Oh, God.
Do you have an idea of what's going on and
Yeah.
kind of why we brought you over here?
Yeah.
Why?
I do. Because I'm too drunk.
Okay, all right. So
Yeah.
obviously, you know, I do smell the odor of alcohol on you. I noticed you're staggering walking. You know, your pupils are kind of constricted. The alcohol that's inside of the vehicle. Those are all concerning things to us. The fact that you fell asleep during a major collision. We have to go through an investigation, okay? So what I'm going to ask you is I'm going to ask you to come right over here. I have a line. It's a nice, well, it's not the brightest of yellow lines, but it's a yellow line. Where we're going to proceed to go ahead and take the test. This one right here.
No one is
And
home,
it's going to be the
Salad.
first
Nobody is home.
marked out line.
She doesn't
right
even know
here.
where she is.
So I do smell the alcohol in your breath, okay? When was the time that you actually started drinking?
Didn't.
You didn't? I don't understand that.
No. I haven't.
You have not drank?
No, I have not. I have not.
Okay. Now, you have not drank today?
I have not drank today.
Okay. Okay. You were drinking yesterday though?
Yes.
Okay. What time did you start yesterday?
I don't know. Fuck.
Would it be late? Like late at night, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock?
No, I haven't started today.
No, started today. I understand that. Completely understand that. And
No, I have not started today.
yes, I know. You have not started drinking today.
I have not started
Okay.
drinking today.
Right. But you were drinking yesterday.
Yes, I was.
Like the sheer audacity of this bitch. And like this is why it's like, man, like accountability is one hell of a drug. Cause like the sheer audacity, we're like, yeah, we can smell the alcohol off your breath. And she's like trying to hold herself straight, but even then she's fucking wiggling like a fucking like you know those inflatable things that they have outside car dealerships. You know what I mean? And it's like when you treat just people in general with like kitty gloves and all this kind of shit, like they think they genuinely start to believe that they can get away with this shit. You know what I mean? And it is ridiculous. This is why we need like zero tolerance on this, on policing and law enforcement and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And just as a society in general, like we need to make accountability great again, you know? Because this is ludicrous.
What time did you stop yesterday? Let's start that. Let's see if we can do that.
I don't know what time I started drinking yesterday.
Okay. Do you know what time you stopped? You ended? Would it have been 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning? No? Do you remember where you were drinking at?
Huh?
Do you remember where you were drinking at?
No.
Was it a bar? Was it a friend's
No.
house? No, you don't remember?
No, I don't. I did not start drinking today.
No, I believe you. I believe you about you did not start drinking today. Absolutely believe you. I'm just saying that you were drinking yesterday, right?
I was.
Were you drinking at a friend's house? Were you drinking at a bar? Were you drinking at a club?
No.
None of those? Were you just drinking on your own?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was that like, were you drinking in your car somewhere?
No, I was just by myself.
Okay. Do you remember the location?
And just as well for folks at home, if you ever find yourself drinking or like needing a drink, right? Especially like by yourself, home alone, all this kind of shit, it's a key indicator that mentally you're not there. You're like demoralized to a point where it's like the only way to get through the day is with a drink and all this kind of shit. You're probably not doing the best things in your life. And this is why, like I keep saying, like this, like OnlyFans, prostitution, like, and the whole thing is like, oh, we just ban OnlyFans. But then they'll just like go back to using Instagram as like the pseudo fucking sex app and all this kind of shit, right? So like this whole thing of like trying to ban it and trying to do all this kind of shit, it's a lot more difficult in terms of like that lines. But like this whole aspect of as a society, we need to make sure we go out of our way to make sure we eliminate prostitution, because this is what happens. Like morality is objective. And morality is such a key thing is because you will no longer want to live your life. If you start doing immoral shit, you will no longer want to do your life, which means you get to the stage where it's like you need drugs, like alcohol or something worse, just to get through the fucking day. This is a key representation in terms of like someone who's like they've lived an immoral life. They don't even want to live the life anymore. You know? Probably because she does get away with it. 100%. 100%. 100% agree with you. Zero tolerance for drink driving. 100%. You know? Like, picture this was Jerome or Tyrone, right? This woman, get the fuck on the ground. Put your hands up. Get the fuck on the ground. Like you would have got that treatment. You know what I mean?
You were when you were drinking, or where you were drinking? Was it a park over here? Was it one of the apartment complexes?
No.
No? Okay. Are you going through? I'm sorry about that. Just understand that drinking alone, and usually drinking alone in an environment that normal people wouldn't be drinking, those are all warning signs, okay?
Yeah.
I'll give you some time. Okay. Courtney, do you remember how much you consumed last night, yesterday?
No.
No? Okay. What did you have with you when you were drinking?
Say what?
Well, what was it that you were drinking? Was it beer? Was it straight alcohol?
Just alcohol.
Alcohol? Do you remember what kind?
Tequila.
Tequila? Do you remember how much you had?
No.
No? Do you remember, were you drinking it from the bottle?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a brand new bottle with you?
No.
No? Okay, so it was a bottle that you had already consumed before? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you, do you feel intoxicated right now?
No, I don't feel.
No?
I don't feel drunk.
Okay. How much do you normally consume in alcohol?
I don't.
2 shots, 3 shots a week?
Mhm.
How much do you drink? On a normal week, how much do you drink? No? Okay. And the reason I ask is because, see, over time we can build up a tolerance from drinking, but if you're not a normal drinker, tolerance might not be as strong. You know? So I kind of wanted to see where you were. If you were a normal drinker, do you drink, you know, once or twice a week? Do you drink every day?
No, I don't normally.
Okay, so you're normally not a drinker.
I'm normally not a drinker.
And you don't know how much you consume, correct?
No.
Do you know what today is? Today's date?
Wednesday.
It's Wednesday? Okay. Do you know the date by any chance? Wednesday's good enough for me though, but if you know the date. What time did you...
A little bit, Kali. A little bit. Is like chicks get away with murder. But in this case, this chick literally didn't get away with murder. But you get my point. You get my point. You know what I mean? Like I said, if this was Tyrone or Jerome, it would have been completely different. He's like, get the fuck out of the car, put your hands up. You know what I mean?
Did you get up today?
Then you just don't send me home.
Courtney, what time did you wake up at?
9 a.m.
9 a.m.? Where did you go at 9 a.m.? Where did you go?
Home.
Home? Where's home at?
Just home.
Okay. Where were you headed right now whenever you were driving? Where were you headed to?
My house.
Your house?
Oh my goodness gracious.
So you were headed to your house right now.
Yes, I did.
Did you know that you got into an accident? Did you know you got into an accident?
Yeah.
You did? Okay. Courtney, do you know what time it is right now?
No.
No.
No, I don't.
Courtney, we're going to go through some standardized field sobriety tests. I'm going to ask that you stand right here at the edge of this line right here. I don't know if you can barely see that line. I want you to stand right there. I want you to put both your feet together for me, if you'd like to do it. So right at the edge, I don't know if you can barely see that line right there. See this line right here? I want you to, there you go. Okay. You can't? You cannot?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you can. Good, good. I want you to put your feet together like this, like mine are. Would you mind performing that right now?
Okay.
And then I want you to put your hands down to your side. Very good. Okay. So it works best if your hands are just right here on your side. They're not clutching each other. That way you're not swaying. Okay? Would you like to do that right here?
No.
Put your hands.
I would not.
So I want you to look at the end of this pen. What color is it?
I don't know.
Okay. Can you take a finger and put your finger on the tip of the pen?
I don't know.
So these are normal questions that anybody that's in the reasonable mind
can answer.
Yes. And they're reasonable tasks that anybody can perform. Okay? So whenever you don't know or you can't perform, it adds to me believing one thing or another based on my training. Okay? So would you like me to ask the questions again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Holy
you see
shit.
the color of this pen? What is the color of this pen?
Purple.
Okay. Can you tell me where the tip of this pen is by placing your finger at the tip of the pen?
I don't know.
So I'm going to take my finger and I want to point to where the tip is.
John, they says, I've never been treated this nicely being stopped, but to be fair, it's because I'm an asshole. Like, it's, I don't know, man. It's, and then like we hear like stories where it's like, oh, like, you know, the policing is too tough. What the actual fuck, bro? You know? Unbelievable. Patty says, I've never had my license and registration so out in the open like hers. Bro, but like this is why prostitution is immoral. This is why we need to make sure that we like fucking burn that shit like at the stake, so to speak. Know what I mean? That like we purge society off this shit. This is why you end up like.
Tip is right here. Okay? So what I'm going to do, Courtney, is I'm going to move this pen back and forth. Alright? And what I need you to do is I need you to follow the tip of this pen with your eyes and your eyes only. Okay? What that means is your body needs to maintain straight, your chin needs to maintain straight, your face and your head need to maintain straight. The only thing that's going to be following the tip of this pen is just going to be your eyes. Can you do that for me?
Yes, I can do that for you.
Ready, Courtney?
Got it.
Okay, I want you to look at the tip, look at the pen. Okay. So let's try this one more time. I want you to put your feet together.
Okay, got it.
Okay. It really does help your balance a little bit more if you put your hands down to your side. Okay? Now follow the tip of the pen. Ready? Moving? Okay. Try that one more time. Ready? There you go. Okay. We're gonna take our time, alright? Recompose ourselves. Alright? There's nothing wrong with that. I want you to concentrate on the directions, concentrate on what your task at hand is. Okay? And again, follow the tip of the pen with your eyes and your eyes only. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's try that again. Ready? Ready, Courtney? Try this again. Can you follow that pen?
Like, what are we doing?
Can you follow that pen?
That's too much.
Is it too much? What's the too much part? Courtney, what is the too much part?
That's too much.
The movement? The movement is too much? Is it because it's blurry? Is it because it's hard to focus?
Blurry.
It's blurry? Okay. Do you believe it's blurry because of a medical concern? Do you believe it's blurry because of alcohol concern?
It's alcohol.
Okay. I have two more parts of this and then one big part, all right? We're gonna try to get through this together, all right? So I'm gonna take this pen, and I'm gonna place it out here. I want you to try to look at the tip of this pen without moving your eyes. I'm sorry, without moving your face. Let's try this one more time. So, there you go, okay.
It's too much.
Let's try that one more time. I want you to keep your face. I want you to keep your face straight. I want to move. Again, keep your face, your chin right here. Straight, there you go. And you're just going to move your eyes. Just move your eyes right out. Try it one more time. One more time. Ready? I want you to follow this with your eyes. Keep following with your eyes. One more time. Follow with your eyes. And same thing one more time. Follow with your eyes. Look at the tip of the pen. Keep your head down. All right. Courtney?
What?
I want you to look at the tip of this line right here. And what I'm going to have you do is, and it's kind of hard to see, but it starts right where your foot is, right here. I want you to take your left foot and place your left foot on top of that line. This is that walk and turn thing everybody talks about, everybody sees, in the movies, all right? You think we can give this one a go?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Welcome, Organized Insanity.
I want you to take your left foot, I want you to place it on top of the line. So see how the line is going that way? So I want you to take your left foot, this foot right here, I want you to place it on top of that line. Let's go ahead and do it together. So take your left foot. Do you see the line right here? You see this line? So place it on top of that line. And I want you to face that way.
Okay.
So there you go. Left foot on top. Okay. Do you see the line, or is that line blurry as well?
No, I can see.
Okay, no, just making sure. So I want you to actually look. The line is right here. So put your toe next to my toe. There you go. Well, I want you to do this right there, like that. On top of that line.
Okay, that was good.
All right. Now what you're gonna do is you're gonna take your right foot and place it in front of your left foot, toe to toe, or heel to toe. I'm sorry. You wanna try that?
Yeah, let's get it.
Okay. Heel to toe. Put it in front. See how mine is?
Okay.
You're gonna do exactly like me.
We got it.
Okay. Jump on it. Let's do that. Can you do this?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So, watch. Your foot on top of the line. Other foot in front of it. Heel to toe.
Got it.
All right, go ahead and do that, because we're going to do it together, you and I.
All right.
Okay. So, other foot, heel in front. So, Courtney, let's try this again. We keep inching away. So, there's the line right there, okay? What I want you to do is I want you to put your left foot on top of that line. Okay? I know. We're going to get through this. I promise you. So go ahead and get your left foot. Put your left foot on top. There you go.
Okay.
Left foot's perfect.
Okay,
Leave it
got
there. Now the right foot, put it in front. Put your your heel right in front. You can do this. I believe in you.
I got it.
Okay? Give it a try.
I got
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to stand in this position with your hands down and looking at your feet, all right, while I explain the instructions. Can you do that for me?
Yes, I can.
Go ahead, let's do
Got
it so we can go ahead and so I can explain the instructions.
Okay,
We have to be on the line. The line's the important part.
okay, got it.
So
Got it.
there you go. Now put your right foot in front. Put your right foot in front of your heels. There you go, like that.
Got it.
Well, you gotta have your right foot in front. Your right foot has to be right in front. Okay? So the instructions are this, and I'm gonna show you really quick, okay? I'm gonna show you on this line. This line is my tightrope, all right? I am gonna do all of my work and all of my walking on this line like you are gonna do on that line. I'm gonna have my hands down by my side. I'm gonna be looking at my feet. I'm gonna be taking 9 steps that I'm gonna count each step out loud. Once I get to the 9th step, I'm gonna leave my foot in place. I'm gonna pivot around, and I'm gonna complete the turn, putting my right foot back on the line. Let me show you what that looks like. Hands down by my side, looking at my feet. I'm taking the first step with my back foot, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Leaving my front foot in place. I'm pivoting on top of it, making a small set of turns, back in place, and then the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. The whole time that I did this, I did not step off the line. My hands remained on the side. I counted every step out loud. I looked at my feet as I...
It's ridiculous, bro. Ridiculous. Line saying, when I woke up, I wasn't expecting giant cannons being pointed at my face. This is how they get away with it, Line. This is how they get, like, was it pretty privilege? You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. And as Callie was saying as well, the license registration. You know what I mean? Yeah, but they still do the testing. It's their evidence for conviction. It's a DUI stop. They have to do field sobriety and breathalyzer or take her to the hospital. He's definitely doing too much though. It's like there's kiddie gloves and then there's this. That's how bad this is. You know what I mean? Why isn't she in cuffs yet? Seems like this would have taken 5 minutes to solve this case. Oh, no. Elder line. This is previous to the actual case that we're reviewing, but this is to give you an indication of how the actual case could have been prevented. The later one could have been prevented because this type of behavior should show you exactly like the type of person she is and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Yes, Emma threw me off the boat into Ireland again. Hey, it is what it is. Have a good one, Eldon. Have a good one. You know? Reminds me of Reno 9/11. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is literally a piss take. Like I said, if this was Jerome or Tyrone, this dude would have been handcuffed like that. Like that.
Walk. Okay, do you think you can do that?
I can do it.
Let's give it a try. Let's start right here. Right here, Courtney. This is your line. This one right here is your line. Okay?
Okay.
If you get in the starting position, go ahead and get in the starting position. Left foot on the line.
Okay. So right here.
So remember, left foot has to be on the line over here, Courtney. So your left foot has to be on this line right here. This is the important line. Okay?
Yeah.
So your left foot has to be on top of the line. Your right foot has to be in front, heel to toe. Okay? Hands down by your side. And that's when you're gonna start.
Okay.
If you don't think you can perform this, if you don't think that you can perform this or you think it's a safety hazard, I'm not gonna ask you to do that. Okay? Do you think you can perform? Okay. Is there a reason why you do not think you can?
No.
No? Okay. And again, the only reason is because, again, like we talked about, there was no physical ailments. We don't have any problems with our legs. You're a physically fit person. You're very athletic.
I'm good.
You feel like you're good?
I'm good.
Do you think you're okay? Well, you're saying that you cannot perform this test. If you cannot perform this test, can you give me a valid reason as to why you cannot perform this test?
I'm good. I'm good.
I don't understand what that...
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Just let me do whatever.
Courtney, I have one more test.
Okay.
Would you be willing to heal this one out? Okay. So the last test is, I'm actually going to turn my body and face my vehicle. Okay? So I'd like you to do the same. You can do the same right there. Okay? So turn your body and face the vehicle. This test is called the one leg stand test, all right? You're gonna have the opportunity to lift up a leg, any leg of your choice. So I prefer to lift up my right leg. You might prefer to lift up your
Holy
leg,
shit,
left
bro.
leg. It's gonna be completely
Holy
up.
shit. That was definitely big old bitty privilege. It is what it is. I've never had that privilege, but I have a big personality. But even Shante says the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, this ain't even just like the fact she's a woman. It's like this whole kind of like thing of like we have to put on kitty gloves and all. No, the law is the fucking law no matter what you look like. You know what I mean? I got Farron as well saying, hey Tarek, I'm only 3.5 hours late. I hope I haven't missed too much. We missed the first case, which again was pretty kind of like pretty straightforward, I'd guess. But this one, like I said, this is like the previous incident that occurred to the actual case that we're going to be reviewing. But it goes to show us like what happens when you like do this kiddie treatment, you infantilize women, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? They think that they can get away with murder. Quite literally. Quite literally. You know what I'm saying? Welcome in, welcome in. This case is only getting started. We're doing a bit of background research, so to speak. You know what I mean? I do not. You know what I'm saying?
You. In this test, what's going to happen is you're going to keep your hands down by your side. You're going to look at the foot that you lift up. You're going to keep that foot approximately 6 inches off the ground with the toe pointed parallel to the ground. That's going to look something like this right there. See that? Now, as I'm doing all of this, I'm counting 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1010. You're going to do that for 30 seconds, okay? I have a stopwatch so I can keep track of that time. Do you think you can do that?
You can do that.
So to do this test, again, what I need you to do is make sure that your hands are down by your side. Your legs, both your legs need to be straight. That foot needs to be approximately 6 inches off the ground with the toe pointed parallel so it's parallel to the ground.
Okay.
I want you to count out loud in the method that I was counting.
Okay.
Let me get my stopwatch. And whenever you feel comfortable to do this, let me know. Say go, and we'll go. All right?
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
Ready? Whenever you're ready.
Got it.
Would you like to start performing it right now, Courtney?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Can you perform it?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can't, you can't. Like I said, if you think that there's medical reason or another valid reason as to why you cannot do that, I have no problem with that.
No.
No?
Not even a lawyer.
I don't want to.
Okay. You do not want to.
I don't want to.
I understand. Courtney, the last test that we can offer you is what's called a preliminary breath test. It's one of those tests that we actually have you breathe inside of, and it gives us an alcohol reading.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to take one of those tests?
Sure.
Courtney, a couple things right here, front, that's perfect. I'm going to read this to you, and I'm also going to show you this. So look, this is going to be your tube right here. As you can see, it's sealed inside the package. The only person that gets to use it's going to be you. I'm going to read this to you. This is a preliminary alcohol screening test used to detect the presence of alcohol. You may refuse this test. This test does not affect your license, permit, or privilege to operate a motor vehicle. However, if arrested, you will be asked to submit to the taking of a specimen of your breath and your blood to determine the actual alcohol concentration or drug content of your blood. Okay? So yeah, we'll open the first time here. No touch. Ready? I want you to take a deep breath in. Take it out and blow hard. Blow. You need to blow. All right, okay, start again. Deep breath in. And blow. Blow. Pardon? I am placing you under arrest for driving while intoxicated. Yes, ma'am.
Where are you going?
Yes, Courtney, I am. I'll explain to you, okay?
Yep.
Oh my God.
Courtney, you don't have anything on your person that I need to know about or anything that's hidden anywhere?
No, I don't.
Okay.
And we'll get through the rest of
Courtney,
this
that's
as
your
well.
alcohol level right now on this device. All right? I did not look at it when I made my decision. My decision was made based on the test and everything that we talked about prior. Okay? Can you switch? Courtney, why don't you go ahead and sit on the side? I'm going to buckle you up and I have somebody that I need to meet you.
And again, the reason why we went through that painstaking shit is like this whole like simp culture or this like baby or infantilization kind of culture and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Especially around these prostitutes. This bitch is a prostitute, plain and simple. And she thinks that she can just use her looks to get by and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? It's a degradation of the soul, so to speak. The degradation of the mind and all this kind of shit. Because fundamentally, if you're just going to like, if all you are is your looks, you're not actually going to contribute anything to like decent to society. Simple as, you know what I mean? It was well over the limit. Well over the limit. You know what I mean? 100. You know, hundo. You know? 30 minutes ain't even crazy for a traffic DUI stop. But like, notice it did skip a few over a few things in the video itself, and then even like transporting her over to the parking lot and all this kind of shit. But it's quite crazy, so to speak. But let's get into the interrogation. This is the actual case here. Now notice, she ain't blonde no more. She ain't blonde no more. Baron, that was just an initial. That was but I think this was, when was this? Because like that DUI was like late 2020, and when was this? Yeah, this is 2022, right? When this incident went down. Okay. So it goes to show you like this whole thing of like, you know, doing the kitty gloves and all this kind of shit. It's going to lead to a point where she genuinely thinks that she can get out of it or she getting away with it, all this kind of shit. And then this whole thing of like easy money, easy come, easy go. You know what I mean? Like this whole aspect of, you know, more money, more problems. Because money typically can enable bad behavior. And you gotta, not only do we hold each other accountable, but you gotta be able to hold yourself accountable as well. You know? Accountability is a big thing. But let's get into it.
That's cold. So either we're looking at one of two things happened. Either you were good to go with it from the beginning, or this was your deal and you wound him up and cut him loose.
Newly released interrogation video takes us inside what led to a murder.
You think I killed him? Seriously? Yes.
Wait, this is the wrong fucking video. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Un momento, por favore. Un momento, por favore. Jesus. Okay, here we go. Un momento. Goes to show, folks, you can't be trusting the AIs and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But like I said, why the fuck did it link me that video? Por favore. Por favore. Alright. So, un momento. Okay, so we got because the original one's like 4 hours. Okay, intermission. Yeah, intermission, boys. Hey, it is what it is. Like I said, like to thank the show's unofficial sponsor.
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Please be patient. My mom's took Tylenol. Okay, it is what it is. It is what it is, folks. But I got the clip here. We got the clip here.
Somebody been filming?
Yeah, we're gonna start talking soon now. I'm just getting everything set up.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be like, I'm just like, I just cannot believe the way my day went.
Yeah.
It's way worse than I just really want to get to the hospital.
Yeah. We'll talk to you
Like
now.
I
man.
desperately want to get to the hospital.
Right. I mean, either way, so you don't rush, you still wouldn't be able to see him at this point, obviously.
You still what?
You wouldn't be able to see him at this point, so
Why?
that way you don't have to, because you're still working, you're still taking care of him, it's a process, so they don't
I
let
just want to
anyone
be
in.
there
Yeah.
when I can.
So, yeah, once we'll talk, we'll talk about it, okay?
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Thanks.
This is Courtney Clenny, and at initial glance, she seems to be a woman in distraught, but upon closer inspection, one might notice patterns of behavior often seen in narcissistic personalities. Her emotions seem to be fluctuating between tearless sobs and stoic demeanor. It's a confusing sight to bear witness to, given the fact that just hours before this interrogation took place, Courtney had stabbed her 27-year-old boyfriend, Christian Obumseli, with a knife. After nearly 20 minutes alone, investigators finally made their way inside the interrogation room. Courtney's first words to the officers are puzzling given the situation she's currently in.
My apologies for being absolutely fucking covered in blood.
Listen, you don't have to apologize, okay? I completely understand. All right?
It's possible that this is just a sign of Courtney's astonishingly low level of self-awareness, but it could also speak to the importance she puts on appearances. It is not surprising given her choice of career. Born in Midland, Texas in 1996, Courtney Taylor Clenny lived a life of luxury. As a child, she loved to take center stage and knew from a very early age that she wanted to pursue a career in acting. She would go on to appear in a handful of commercials and minor roles in movies throughout her life. But her career would take a shift in a different direction, and it would be here where Courtney seemed to find her true calling. At only 26 years old, she had cultivated a social media presence through her OnlyFans and Instagram accounts where she amassed 2 million followers. As an adult content creator and influencer, she reaped the financial rewards of her newfound internet fame. But behind the glamorous and joyous facade she would share to social media, there was conflict in her personal life, and most of it seemed to involve her boyfriend, 27-year-old Christian Toby Obumseli. While there was a pattern of violence in the couple's history, no one could have predicted that their relationship would come to an abrupt and tragic end when Courtney Clenny stabs her boyfriend Christian Obumseli to death.
Things happen, and you can't control it. Okay? So, you don't have to apologize for it. All right?
What's your name?
Detective Racino, okay? And this is my partner, Sergeant Rodriguez. Okay? Today's Sunday, April 3, and the time is 7:36 p.m. All right? What's your first name?
Courtney.
Courtney? Can you spell it for me, please?
C-O-U-R-T. N-E-Y.
Okay. And your last
Yeah, just real quick as well to show you that thing off the elevator.
In the gallery for the hearing to begin, the judge cited concerns including the possibility of a flight risk in her denial.
I mean, slapping the shit out of him in the elevator, all this kind of shit. I don't know, bro. This is what happens when you infantilize.
C-L-E-N-N-E-Y.
Okay. What is your date of birth? It's almost your birthday.
It's my, oh really, when is your birthday?
The 13th.
My boyfriend's just the 12th.
Oh really?
He turns 28.
Super
12th.
close. This is
That's
in a row.
that year.
Well, he's still in the hospital right now, so okay. Just take a breather, okay? I know this must be very rough for you right now.
No, we were supposed to go to the park with my dogs today. Like, I just is not how I explained this. But sorry. That's not what we're talking about. You asked me my birthday. Okay, what's the next question?
Okay. Are you currently living there?
Yes.
Yeah? The address is... Okay. And what apartment was it? How long have you been living there?
Since
That's why I played the tedious footage of the DUI thing. Is to show you that it's like this bitch like has been getting away with all this shit like her whole entire life. And this is what happens as a society when we do this shit. When we wear kitty gloves and we don't put the full extent of the law in front of people, they will never learn their lesson. You know what I mean? Apologizing because she has blood on her after she unalived the boyfriend seems a bit manipulative. Oh, 100%. 100%.
The first or second week of January.
Oh, this year. 2022.
Yeah, we moved here January this year together from Boston.
From Boston?
From Austin.
From Boston. Oh, okay. When did you guys come to Miami from Boston?
We visited last year in March, and we loved it. And we travel all the time together. We like the beach.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always wanted to live here. So he was like, he wanted to move to London. I wanted to move here. And I said, maybe we should start in the U.S.
Yeah,
and he was like, that, and we did it. So.
Okay. How long have you guys been together?
About 2 years.
About 2
A
years?
year and a half to 2 years, yeah. Okay. Is he okay?
Finally, 22 minutes into the investigation, Courtney asks what would have been most people's first and initial question: is he okay? A narcissist by definition is someone with a pattern of grandiosity, need for admiration, and lack of empathy. For most of the interrogation, Courtney would display all of these traits in a variety of ways. A woman truly concerned for her boyfriend's well-being would have insisted on answers on his condition straight away. But for Courtney, Christian's condition isn't as important as her own self-preservation. It's unclear whether the detectives at this point are unaware that Christian is dead or if they're initially deciding to withhold the crucial information. In the interrogation room, sometimes not releasing information to the subject gives investigators several advantages in the conversation. Upon hearing from the detective that Christian is in the hospital and that the doctors are working on him, Courtney's demeanor changes. She straightens her posture and has an aura of cockiness that wasn't there before. From here, her responses become short, and it almost seems like she's annoyed by the entire situation.
And like the key thing as well is why you wouldn't want to tell her is because then she can play into the whole like, oh, I'm crying or I'm upset because my boyfriend is dead or whatever the fuck. You want to kind of like come at it from a thing of, you don't want to give her any weapons or anything she can kind of play off as something else and all this kind of shit. So it's like the whole aspect of, the movie 300, King Leonidas, give them nothing but take from them everything. That needs to be your mentality. Shante says she stabbed him before and he just dealt with it. And this is, again, shout out the Shante again, giving us the background details. Like, as a dude, if a woman ever gets violent with you, that should tell you in terms of the mentality, she thinks that, like, you're nothing. She thinks that you're literally zero, right? And a lot of guys kind of play it off like this dude and all this kind of stuff. Oh, she's a woman. She can't harm me. I'm, like, on average, men are stronger than women, all this kind of shit. But, motherfucker, you got to sleep sometime. You know what I mean? And when you're asleep, she can do all sorts to you. The typical methodology from women as well is by using poisons and all this kind of shit as well. So you have to be very careful as that, just in general, like whoever you get with, like whatever partner you choose, you have to make sure that they genuinely actually care about you. Because this is how it ends up. You know? I'm sure this is just an innocent mistake. Yeah, it just slipped. I don't even know how the knife got there, officer. You know? I sure hope this isn't a dark one. The last Deductionist file was awfully bleak. Oh man, no, it's not going to be as fucked up as that one. But this one as well, it's a key one to highlight in terms of this whole aspect of, like, just be fucking careful, folks. Be careful who you pick as your partner, because you're going to be living with that person. And if that person shows any red flags, I know it's difficult to because, like, oftentimes we'll turn around and say, oh, that's nothing, or we'll downplay it and all this kind of shit. You have to be very strict in terms of these warning signs. For men and women. Like, women are more conscious of it because, like, obviously there's the physical, the obvious physicality to it. But in terms of men as well, You have to be so careful, man. Because this is like fundamentally one of the biggest choices of your life. You know? Hopefully I don't regret my jokes this time. Now, like I said, this is not going to be as dark as the previous ones. Right? Lamau, I can make you feel like an ass joking during these sometimes. Yeah, like I said, it is what it is. Courtney deserves it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A woman stabs you once, she will 100% do it again. Exactly. Exactly. Both ways. If they lay a hand on you once, they'll do it again, and it only gets worse, just like this situation. Exactly. It'll always escalate. You know? And do you want a partner that's going to be able to reason things out, to actually have a conversation? Or do you want a partner that's always going to escalate into violence or physical confrontation? And again, it goes both ways. You know? I dodged a bullet. I was fucking with an actual witch for a bit. That's what I'm saying, man. That's how they get you with the looks. Like the previous video we showed with the whole DUI body cam footage. Are you telling me if this was her boyfriend that had done that shit, it would have been Jerome or Tyrone? Get the fuck on the ground. Show me your hands. You know what I mean? Pays be rude. That's what it's saying. Like you get yourself out of that situation, whatever means possible. You know? Almost got destroyed for that bullshit. Exactly, man. You know? Choosing a partner is one of the most like fundamental or crucial decisions of your life. It shouldn't be made off of whim or because like she has nice looks or because he has a good body or whatever the fuck. It needs to be logical. It needs to be reasonable. You know? You need to do your due diligence. You know? Couldn't imagine staying with someone who's just so casually stabbed me while they were upset. Precisely. You know? You gotta put your self-preservation first. You know, especially when like we're in a current era where it's like, you know, casual relationships, like situationships, all this kind of malarkey. You know? And then on top of that, like you have you know, guys who are like who want to be pimps and drug dealers, all this kind of shit. Women who want to be hoes and prostitutes and all this kind of shit. Gotta be very, very careful, folks. You know? Poisoning is much craftier. But that should all like this is what I'm saying about the guys. Like guys won't even anticipate or even think about this bitch could stab me or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? And that's why it kind of lures them into a false sense of security where they kind of go, oh, she's never going to harm me. She's a woman. All this kind of shit. No, poisoning. You know what I mean? We always say that like women should stay in the kitchen, you know what I mean? All this kind of shit. I can assure you fellas, I don't want a woman making me food. I'll make my own food. I'm quite quick in terms of cooking the food and all this kind of stuff. You know? But, damn it, and stealthier as well, yeah. You know? Like the chick, her boyfriend shot her in the head. If she did, I feel she did OnlyFans too, but I don't remember. She lost half the top of her head and she went to jail. And he went to jail. She went right back to him. Wow. Wow. Like it's crazy that she even survived it, but then to go back to him. Holy fuck, bro. You know? My ex tried to knife fight me once. Nothing happened. Shut that game down. She wasn't very nice. But bro, you shouldn't even like as soon as she like goes to like even to attempt that, I'm like, right, I'm out. See you later. Good luck. Good fucking luck. You know what I mean? Find yourself a good woman and you'll be fine. But how'd you find a good woman? That is the $1 million question or $1 billion question at this stage, you know? Look for good qualities, you know? That's what I'm saying, man. But we have reached up into the we've hit the grift break, so we're going to go on a quick little grift break before we get into this, ladies and gentlemen. So let me put down the curtains. Okay. So if he's got any spare coinage, because like I said, like we haven't gotten that so far. I'm working for free. I'm a goddamn Chinese slave at this point, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? But any spare coinage helps out. Every little helps, as they used to say. Because I don't know what you heard.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free, folks. We don't do advertisements. We got no sponsors. It is purely up to you, the fans. Keep the lights on. So again, any little helps. And if you don't have any spare change, I understand. Like I said, times are tough, all that stuff. But take this time to stretch your legs. You know, circulation is a key thing. Fill up your coffee mug. Fill up the water. Perhaps something stronger. Or maybe get some popcorn. You know what I mean? But other than that, folks, I will be right back. Enjoy the music. Take it.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Rainbows and gleaming, you know how I feel. Clover patch scheming, you know how I feel. Little green man dreaming, you know how I feel. He's a grifting leprechaun and I'm helping with his gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Kettle, you know how I feel. Jig on the pebble, you know how I feel. Shillelagh and treble, you know how I feel. He's a sly little trickster, but his heart's made of gold. Feeling good, stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Freedom is mine and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And that leprechaun's pot is overflowing with gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Fish in the sea, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Me and my grifting leprechaun. We're feeling good. Yeah, we're feeling good. In the merry month of scams, from me hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full all the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Terriac's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassie smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full all the raw. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived a view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling, and while I'm for the road they said me Connacht brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full all the raw. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terriac. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. When off Holyhead, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called meself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, saw I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah. Now with me the leprechauns were grifting through the nations. Terriac leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah.
Yo! As they say here in Ireland. Gotta give him an L, lashing to that, you know what I'm saying, boys? But anyways, Organized Insanity says, I find the craziest ones for no reason. With a name called Organized Insanity, maybe you should look into that, you know? Like if you call yourself organized insanity and the bitches you're finding are insane, maybe there is a correlation or a reason. You know what I mean? Food for thought. Food for thought. Yeah, we're a diamond in the rough. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Not hard to find crazy. Especially modern day, man. Perhaps they find you, comrade. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And again, shout out to Shante as well for reminding you that YouTube and Apple take over 50%. So if you super chat, and this is for any creator, but if you super chat, let's say $10, what happens on an Apple device, what happens is Apple will take 30%, putting it down to $7. Then YouTube takes 30%, putting it down to $4.90. So if you're super chatting on an Apple device, you're giving 51% of that super chat to Apple and YouTube, and only 49% actually goes to the creator. You know what I mean? It is what it is. This song makes me want to burst out my tap shoes. Exactly, Solid. Exactly. Gotta be done. Gotta be done, you know? My GMA be shaking on this track. Hey, she. Get it, GMA? I don't get it. Let me know. Let me know. Like I said, my mom took Tylenols. You know, I'm kind of slow. Makes me think of of the grandma on America's Got Talent started doing insane swing dancing like 70 after her husband passed away. God damn. Grandma still got moves. You know what I'm saying? Link is just short of her. I appreciate you, Shante. You know what I mean? You're welcome into Wild Side. What can I say? How is that legal? GMA is grandma. Okay. I get you. I get you. It all makes sense. It all makes sense. But let's get back to the crazy bitch. You know, I'm not talking about the grandma doing swing dance. I'm talking about this bitch right here. This is why it's like you should never get with an OnlyFans chick or a chick that does the whole like, oh, I'm only on Instagram. You know what I mean? But then you look at the Instagram and it's basically like, bitch, you selling sex. Because even if it isn't, if she doesn't end up as crazy as this shit, the whole aspect, like even as a guy, you know what I mean? Like that kind of behavior shows that she wants the whole room looking at her. It ain't conducive for the mind to be constantly thinking about that shit, you know? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But let's get back into it.
He's still at the hospital. They're still, monitoring him and talking to him. So we're waiting.
Oh my God! So he didn't even have to have surgery.
Well, I don't know. They're still doing X-rays and stuff like that. So I don't know yet. I'm waiting to hear a response.
That's all I have to know. Thank God.
So
wait, let's go back to that for a second.
Monitoring him and talking to him. So we're waiting.
Like that reaction's like, oh shit, they're talking to him.
Oh my God! So he didn't even have to have surgery.
Well, I don't know. They're still doing X-rays and stuff like that. So I don't know yet. I'm waiting to hear a response.
That's all I have to know. Thank God.
So
that's all I need.
We'll get to that in a little bit.
Okay.
And once we're done, I'll go talk to them again and see what's the update. Okay. All right. So you said 1.5 years to 2 years.
Mhm.
Okay. And you said that today you guys were supposed to go to the park.
Mhm.
Okay.
We were. Well, I'll just let you ask questions and I'll answer.
No, you can tell me whatever you want. You can tell me whenever you want.
Yeah, we had just gotten back together. I had broken up with him, and then he came back the last 2 nights, and everything was perfect. And then just got into an argument, and I ended up getting scared, and I think that I overreacted. Or not overreacted necessarily, but reacted, and I just didn't know exactly what might happen. Yeah, we were right before anything happened. We were going to walk my dogs down to this park over by the Paramount, which has the beach volleyball and basketball court and all that. We're gonna walk them over there and let my dog Ranger play soccer. That was my plan for the day, and then go.
How old are you
to the movie? Or to go to a movie tonight in Miami Beach. My dogs are 8 years old.
8 years old? Oh, okay. Both of them?
Yes.
Oh. You've had them all 8 years? Since they were babies?
Yes.
What breed are they?
Many of
Mini Aussies? I love those.
too.
Super smart. Okay, so do you guys work here in Miami, or do you guys have your own business?
I do social media, so I'm an influencer, I guess is what
Oh, yeah?
calls, yes, I'm an influencer. And he does stocks and crypto.
What do you focus on, like Instagram or social media?
Instagram, LinkedIn.
Oh, okay.
It's just, yeah.
Oh, you're a prostitute. Yeah, that's what the text was actually saying. And shout out to World Radio 332 saying morning, sir. Let me play a clip for that one. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Wrong button. I double clicked. It is what it is. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Salutes to you. But Jonte brought up a good point there. It's like she's so excited that like she's not going to prison. Like that's another factor of the excitement. Oh my god, he's still alive, you know, and you guys talking to him, all this kind of shit. I might not go to prison, all this kind of shit, you know.
It pays the bills.
What's your Instagram?
It pays the bills.
Courtney Taylor.
Huh?
Courtney Taylor. Taylor spelled T-A-I-L-L-R.
T-A-I-L-L-R. L-O-R.
Mm-hmm.
And what is it that he does?
Stocks and crypto.
Stocks and crypto.
He just has stocks and does crypto.
Yeah, so he's pretty good with numbers and all of that. Yeah. And he's done that since you've known him, or?
I mean, as far as I know, he's done it since he was 19, and he's 27.
Okay.
So he's pretty damn good at it. That's, I guess, compared to other people that do it.
Yeah. And how long were you guys planning on being in Miami, or before going to London, or?
I don't think London was ever really going to happen. I don't think I would ever do that. But yeah, we were going to move into a house.
Mm-hmm.
So have an apartment, and then we were like, maybe just move here for a year. And then once we got here, we were like, no, this is dope.
Yeah.
So we have the dog picked out. It's a golden retriever. We're gonna name Mello. So we were gonna get a house so we could have a backyard. Because I have 2 dogs, and then we're gonna have 3. So we're planning on staying here for a while.
Okay.
I just hope we get the opportunity to do that. Sorry.
Once again, you don't have to apologize.
Hopefully I'm over freaking out and like I'll be able to see him or whatever. But I don't see it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I will keep it together.
Okay. So how about before we go into like the details of what happened today, okay? I have to swear you in and read you a couple other paperwork. This is normal process for everybody, with victims, witnesses, everybody. Okay, so.
So I got a chance to talk to Christian today.
To who?
Christian.
Who's Christian? Oh,
the victim.
Yeah, they haven't told me his name yet.
I don't know if I'm the victim.
No.
He's definitely the victim. What did you say?
No, he didn't know his name, so he was confused. I was the one that went to the scene.
I just assume everybody knows everything.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Not always.
Will I get a chance to talk to him?
We'll
If
see
he.
once we're done with everything. talking and with the scene and seeing what's the update with him, and then we'll definitely get you an answer later. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I want to go home and see my dogs, and I want to go to the hospital. Will I be able to do that tonight?
We took care of the dogs. We found someone. I believe your mom mentioned that's taken care of them before when you traveled. So
Love and Pots.
Yeah. So we got able to get a hold of them, and they're actually gonna be taken over there, just so you know. So they're taken care of. They're in good hands. They're probably actually already there now. Okay. So we took care of those. Because I know they were on scene. They were going back and forth. They seemed a little, you know. I know how dogs are. We're all dog lovers here. All three of us, you know, we also have dogs. So that's like family, and we took care of them. Just so you know.
Yeah, the female officer that was over there was talking to my mom and trying to get
the
the
one that was
food.
able to.
Thank God.
They're in good hands.
Thank you. I want to. I want to talk to my mom for an hour on the phone, and I want to go sit at the hospital. Am I going to be able to do that?
So far right now, I can't give you an answer. Okay, we just have to go through everything. Because remember, this just happened, so I can't really give you a straight answer. If I do, I would be lying to you, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to lie to you.
Okay.
Okay. Just as well as I don't want you to lie to me. I don't want to lie to you. We want to be able to understand everything that went down today. Okay. As truthful as we can be. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us?
Yeah. If I don't, what happens?
I mean, it's your choice. It's your right. But at the end of the day, we just want to figure out what happened. Okay. We just want to hear your side of the story and what occurred, so we can piece this together and come to an understanding. Yeah.
Yeah, fortunately we weren't there, you know. You were, so there's no better person to tell than you.
And it took so long for I don't know what I honestly, it was such a blur. I was on the phone with my mom. I don't know.
Send for me right over here.
Yeah, you can reread it. Take your time, reread it again. Same thing you read.
This is why I would like to call my dad and say, can I just do this, or should I have to get a lawyer? Because I realized, like, how very serious this is. Like, I was sitting there in a freaking puddle of my boyfriend's blood, begging him to, like, please not, like, fucking give up on me. Like, man, like, this shit is fucking serious. So, I don't think I'm necessarily in trouble, but, like, I just would like to. Can I just talk to him? I have this happened, and I was.
Dante is a killer confirmed. I'm telling you. Confirmed. Is this serious? Super serious. But again, like she's doing the whole lawyer thing. Let's see if she actually gets the lawyer. But another key thing is that the fact that she's like kind of talked to him today and all this kind of stuff, you know. I'm just saying.
The whole situation happened, and I haven't talked to anybody if it means anything.
No, I understand. Right now,
okay,
right
well, you
now,
know what? What?
No, just.
I've never been in this kind of situation.
You can talk to him later, because.
But before I talk to you guys. Why can't I talk to him beforehand?
Well, because I would like to understand what's going on.
I know, but like if I say, hey, is it cool if I sign a constitutional rights waiver
because
when my boyfriend
your dad
has
is
like.
not a lawyer.
Yeah, if you're an adult, if you were a
well,
minor.
he would be the one who would.
If
he
you were
handles
under
my
18,
lawyer too.
If you were under 18, then yeah, I would provide you a phone call to your father. But you're over 18, so.
I don't feel like it. I mean, when it comes to my parents.
I get you.
And again, that's the whole mentality of like that childlike mentality that a lot of these like, and again, it's not just like the prostitutes, the OnlyFans, all that kind of shit, but like you look at like drug dealers. You know? To give an example of like the male kind of like type psyche, it's like you have this like over aggressive, I've got to be the bully on the playground kind of like thing. You know, like they never grow up, like they turn into like basically man children. Another, like, not to use like the drug dealer example, but even just like think of the kid or the guy that like spends all his time gaming and all this kind of stuff. It's like this childlike mentality. Rather than seizing the opportunity, seizing the responsibility, they want to avoid it. You know, sad to see, man. Really sad to see. You know, mine's a little different. It doesn't have whatever the hell that end of her sleeve is, and mine's blue. Yeah, it kind of looks like, you know, like that Japanese shit, that the robes that they wear. Or Asian, might be Chinese, Japanese, you know. I don't feel like the law should apply to me. Exactly, you know. Is it blood on the sleeve? Not sure, difficult to tell, you know. Probably though, if we're to, because she did say that she was sitting in the pool of blood or whatever, you know. Rules for thee, but not for me. A Camino, exactly. But like this whole kind of mentality where I'm different, you know. Sorry, bitch, this ain't gonna be like DUI. Ain't gonna be no fucking kitty gloves.
I feel the same way with my parents, you know. I still go to them too for questions that they've dealt with in the past.
Okay.
You know?
My dad handles my, I'm so freaking out right now a little bit. Like I wanted to go to the hospital and I want to just call my fucking mom. And I know that I do not get that, right? I know it. But here's the thing, is that this is constitutional rights waiver. My dad handles my lawyer. I'm not going to take a court-appointed lawyer. My dad handles my lawyer. I would not be calling my lawyer. So my dad is the first person who I'd call, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. I've never been in a situation like this, where somebody's in a hospital. Yeah. I've never been in this kind of situation. That's why, like, I don't want to do anything wrong. Mm-hmm. You know?
I mean, it's your decision at the end of the day. But
what happens if not?
If not, then that's it. We don't talk about what happened to them. We just have to take the stories that we've been told from.
Oh, me so sorry. It's Komono. Komono. Me so sorry, senpai. Me so sorry. Camino, kimono. Okay, same thing. Okay? And I've got a funny accent. Okay? It is what it is. Yeah, I just stab people a little less and with a little force. I'm on control of my anger, you know? I'm on point with my stab game, you know? Like we all are, right? You know?
The people next door and previous situations and try and narrow it down to what happened today.
You get a much better picture, a much better idea coming from you who was there today than us trying to piece it together
from other people as well.
In there, you know. There's no better story to get than yours who was there. So which is why we prepare from you. But you know, like you said, it's your decision if you want to or not. But for us to obviously proceed and make a better decision.
It's a tough one, Callie, because you don't want them to be putting on clothes and all this kind of stuff, because if there is any forensics on them, that's the thing. Let me check this. Do they? Yeah, okay. So like, okay, it's pretty late into the fucking interrogation that they ask her to change. But at least, yeah. Like, why the fuck did you just get her to change straight away? That is that's a negative, I'd say, on the detective side. It's like, you know what? Fuck out of those. We're gonna put you in the jumpsuit. You know what I mean? But yeah, definitely.
It's getting your story. You know, you were there. You know, you were. So
my boyfriend is not dead, is he?
Well, he can't talk to us right now. Either way, he's in the hospital.
Jack is his homicide.
Yeah. So I don't know.
That's like the Dexter vibe. All of those things are like.
To you on scene. It's Sunday. So Sunday domestic violence units don't work. So we handle their calls anytime we get into the domestic violence calls. We handle it for them. And so that's why we were raised from the beginning.
Can I go and come back?
No, unfortunately, no, I can't. It's steps, once we handle this, and we'll go to the next step.
Is there a chance I'm gonna go home tonight?
I don't have a definite answer for you.
Okay, well, I'll tell you. I suppose.
So the time is...
I need to
8 p.m.
There's blood up in my...
So let's start from the start. You guys are supposed to take out your dogs to the park, right? And then what happened after that?
Like I said, a little bit blur.
Yeah.
I was doing laundry and watching a Christina Randall, or listening to a Christina Randall video, and tried to call my mom. She didn't answer the first time. And then he came back with a Subway sandwich. Before he left, he recited exactly what I wanted. And I said, I'll text what I want to you. And he said, I know what you want. And I said, no, you don't. And he recited it to me before he left. And he got it perfectly right.
Okay.
And then he left. I guess he went to go bike over there. That's just what he said. I don't know if he walked or biked, but he told me he's going to bike personally.
Like a bicycle?
Yeah.
Okay.
He came back. And I said something about like, oh, are you going to like reshare your location with me? Like, did you want to share it? And he said, yeah, I shared it. And I was like, oh, when did you do that? And he goes, the other day, like when you were done with me. And I was like, okay, well, fair enough. Like, reshare it. And then he told, it kind of like turned into like a little like argument or something. And then he told me to reshare mine, and I was like, okay, yeah, I will. And then I didn't do it immediately.
Bro, what the oh my god, man. Anybody who's like, I want you to have your location on 24/7 so I can track your whereabouts, that ain't a good relationship, I can tell you that for a fact. Holy shit. Talk about controlling. Unbelievable. Because they wanted to look. No, they probably got notified he died to collect her shit. Probably. But I'm pretty sure he was pronounced dead at the scene. You know? Keep her uncomfortable. I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if it was like they liked looking at her and all this kind of shit. But like as a detective, like you need to go into this like it's warfare. You don't want anything to distract you from like executing your job to the fullest, you know? Sure, there's an orange V-neck around here somewhere. Probably. Will they do it as an interrogation strategy? I don't know, man. Because you're kind of playing into her hand, like this whole thing of like trying to use the beauty against you and all this kind of shit, or try to use her sluttiness against you and all this kind of shit to try and distract you, all this kind of thing. You know? Like, you'd want this bitch in like a fucking turtleneck. You know what I mean? They could, as long as she's not doing anything to contaminate or destroy evidence. Why not let her think she's gonna go home? Good point, Shantae. You know? So she stabbed him prior to this. I'm surprised she's not treated like evidence. Usually they bag her hands, their hands, etc. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. You know? They're saying he's in the hospital. They might not know. Yeah, there's a potential that the detectives don't actually know. But even if I did know as a detective, I'd let on that I didn't know. You know what I mean? Because you'd want to give her that like hope or the hopium, or just like not to give them any details whatsoever. You know? I'm not sure if he died on scene or not. A sec. Let me check that while we go back to the video.
He asked me about it again. And I don't know what I was thinking, but it just said something about, well, what if I'm somewhere you don't want me to be?
Okay.
Which I wouldn't have been. I love him.
Courtney tells detectives she loves Christian, but other evidence would suggest that she was extremely abusive towards him. Here, Courtney can be seen touching her nose as she says this, a subtle sign of deception.
But I feel like, maybe you don't want to know where I am. I guess maybe it'll just hurt him because he was pressing me.
The truth is that narcissists lack the emotional depth to really love someone unconditionally. They are able to
Yeah, he was pronounced dead on the scene. He was found with a single stab wound to the chest and was pronounced dead.
show romantic interest using expressions of love, flattery, sex, or romance, but for narcissists, love and relationships are transactional. So, while they might be capable of showing love and acting in ways that are loving, it tends to be conditional and dependent on what the narcissist gets in return.
And he ended up pinning me against the wall. And then, I said choking me on the floor. It's just they were looking at my neck and I was like, I'm not saying choking me whatever. But he had my neck. And this happened twice before. Okay. Where I couldn't breathe and I was on the floor. Yeah. I could not breathe. And I don't think that he was trying to kill me, but I was scared. And all 3 times I have been scared. Okay. So yeah, I'm on the floor in heavy pins and was me up. I'm on the get my mom on the phone.
As Courtney gives detectives her version of events, it's clear that she's going down the route of self-defense, but her story is full of inconsistencies. At one point, she is standing as Christian allegedly chokes her. At another, she is on the floor being pinned down. Christian and Courtney's tumultuous relationship was riddled with incidents of domestic violence, but according to friends and the evidence collected after the fact, it would seem that Courtney was the primary aggressor. A year earlier, Christian had sent Courtney a message claiming that she had stabbed him so badly in the leg that he couldn't walk. The next day, he had sent another text message alleging that he had been hit in the head so many times during an argument she had stabbed him.
The crazy thing about all this is that yesterday when you probably fucking stabbed me in the fucking leg and you saw how fucking bad it was, how bad it was hurting me and I couldn't fucking walk, I couldn't do shit, and you were telling me, I wish I could take your pain away, I wish it was me, not you. The next morning, I still woke up happy, I still gave you a good day even though my leg was hurting because my girlfriend stabbed me. You're telling me you can't do the same thing the next day and say, shit, whatever happened last night, today's a new day. Again, anybody who does that shit where it's today's a new day and all this kind of shit, nah, bro. Things that happen in the distant past, yeah, you can kind of move on from that. But it's oh, it's a new day. What, you fucking Michael Bublé? It's a new dawn. It's a new day. That's a whole aspect of just trying to avoid accountability. You know what I mean? Whatever happened last night, today's a new day because that's what I do for you. I woke up happy. I took you to Vegas to get your... I think that's maybe shit. Drove right back. Helped you shoot. Drank with you. Did blow with you just so you're having a great day. And I'm doing all this while my leg hurts so fucking bad. Did I make you feel like shit for stabbing me? No, I just sucked it up and hoped tomorrow would be better. Bro, this lady stabbed him and he stuck around. Yeah, this was the first instance where she stabbed him in the fucking leg. You know? It's move out day. Yeah. It's a new day. Let's go to Vegas and do some blow. It's a new day. I'm getting the fuck out of here. You know what I mean?
So badly in the leg that he couldn't walk. The next day, he had sent another text message alleging that he had been hit in the head so many times during an argument that he felt like he had a mild concussion. In late January, Christian suffered 2 deep wounds, cuts to his cheek and chin that were so severe that he had to go to the hospital for stitches. Text messages reveal that Christian chose not to say anything and instead told doctors the cuts were from a football incident. Christian had also recorded some of their arguments before he was killed, and in at least one of them, Courtney had been heard using a racial slur. On February 28, 2022,
just letting you know, I woke up feeling like shit and feeling stupid. Not like stupid as in a relationship, but stupid as in what I told you the other day. Is love going to kill me? Holy shit, man. Like, I know both of us have sacrificed a lot for each other, but I can only talk about what I sacrificed. I have sacrificed my pride and my ego, sometimes telling myself how I didn't need to win. Hey, just let her have her way. Say sorry right now and mean it, even if she asks you to sincerely or with a threat. I have been there for you plenty of times, more than I can even imagine, more than anybody else that I can think of. I've cried with you, cried about you, and I cried against you, but at least at the end of the day, it was all for love. And that is why I'm saying, and that's why I'm saying it. Question mark. Sorry, and that's why I'm saying, do you see that my love for you, do you actually really feel it? Do you actually understand it? Do you even think it's real? I'm going through all of this and I don't do this anymore. I stopped 2 months ago, but I'm going through this while paying for my grandma and grandma's hospital bills. Like, imagine that. Like, I honestly feel like shit, my face feels something front and back. I always think about, damn man, okay, Christian, you took all this. Why? Because you love her, okay. Time after time after time after time, I tell you, hey, please, like, you're hurting me, and yes, you'll say yeah, but then it just repeats. Like, what if the knife sliced my lip and it wasn't sliced by my beard, my cheek, my eye? What might happen the next time? I pray there is no text time like that. No, I think that means no next time like that. Yeah, I can see that you want to give me physical touch. I see it, and sometimes it's hard to not give it back, but I do. It's just at the same time you. But sorry. Yeah, I do. It's just at the same time, are you for real this time? Is this saying the right words and doing the right thing for a couple of days, and then if I say the wrong thing to you one day, it all goes away? February was the worst month I've had so far. I got cheated on. I got called that word again. I got slapped in my stitches that has reopened multiple times and it's not healing fast enough. I've gotten kicked out. Memories of my girlfriend and I traveling, being thrown away. Apartment that my girlfriend swore to me and said, regardless of anything, we're not messing this up. We're not messing up this apartment. I'm honestly trying to just have a couple of things off my chest before therapy because I might. Man, holy shit. I would crawl out the damn door. Yeah, if needs be, you know? Do we really have a survival instinct? Like, you would think. Like, this goes like both ways as well. Like you could tell me that this text message was written by a woman, by a controlling, abusive husband, and I'd believe you as well. It's the same mentality. It's the same fucking mentality, man, and it's sad as fuck to read. But this is why I keep telling you, is like, it's not worth it. Like the Bible says, you're better off being stranded in a fucking desert than when, like, a type of woman like this. You know what I mean? He made the ultimate sacrifice in the end, poor fella. That's what I'm saying, man. She definitely belongs in prison. 1,000%. 1,000%. Hey, shout out to Pseudo, enjoying his extra day off. My man. My man.
Christian sent a text message to Courtney that in hindsight would not foreshadow his untimely death, but serve as a small glimpse into the terror he must have been feeling in his relationship. Is love going to kill me?
And I'm just trying to really remember. I hear my mom on the phone, and I remember she was sitting like against the couch. Like we were obviously it was a big deal at this point. So this happened like over by the door and somehow moved like over in the living room. He was standing by the couch, facing toward the kitchen. I was in the kitchen. And then he just like, I could see like all the whites in his eyes, and he was like coming at me. And so I grabbed one of these knives. My mom got me for Christmas. I grabbed one of them. And I was like, I swear to God. I swear to God. It was just like, I mean,
This lying bitch can't even say it. Unbelievable.
grab it and be like, don't come anywhere closer to me. Because, I mean, earlier, I was having 2 other times I couldn't fucking breathe. I'm sorry. I couldn't breathe. And it's very scary. And I just think, like, just like this kind of thing where I was saying, like, do you know if he's okay? If he's choking me and he's angry enough, he might, like, I mean, this is different, I think. But if he's, like, choking me or, like, pinning me or something and I can't breathe, he might go too long. So I grab a knife and I said, don't come anywhere closer to me. I had absolutely no intention of using it. I'm on the phone with my mom and he's coming at me like he's gonna grab either the phone or like the knife or something, and so I was just like, I was like, don't come any closer. It's coming at me, and I threw it. And I meant for it to go.
How far away was he?
Bitch, you threw the knife and it stabbed him. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. Exactly, Salad. Lies. Absolute lies. If I was the detective, I would have been doing this.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop you fucking lying.
Exactly, Shantae. That's what you said a minute ago. She's a natural. Yeah, a natural fucking psycho. You know?
Fridge, and he was like by the edge of one of the chairs of the sofa.
Okay.
Like
comparing to what
10 feet. I'm trying to think in my head. I'm trying to make the.
Was he closer than I am?
No, but this is further.
So like what, like the length of this room?
No, further than that.
Okay.
Oh well, if I said yeah, you're right. It was more than 10 feet. Then it was definitely further than this.
Okay. I mean, it's close, so it looks a lot smaller than it is here.
It was further than this.
Okay. So then, you were by the fridge and he was by the couch? You were by the fridge and he was by the couch?
Yes, I was in front of the fridge. He was by the couch.
Yes. And then
behind my island.
And then what kind of movements did he make that he at the moment? He was gonna walk
running
up?
At me.
Running? Okay.
Well, charging, aggressively walking, something.
What was he doing? Like, was he doing something with his hands or?
When he had his hands up. I couldn't tell you exactly.
Was he yelling at you at the time?
Yes.
Yeah, what was he saying?
Going for the help. I put my hand up, so I really need to let it think. Yeah, I remember one of the things, but I don't think it's relevant.
No, go ahead, tell me. It might be relevant. It might help me understand a little more.
He said, why don't you go find one of the fucking guys in G-Wagons? Because I had said something about that when I broke up with him like a week ago. Out of anger. I didn't say it because I want that, because I love him.
Yeah, again, this is like she didn't want oh my god, man, she's trying to paint herself off. We've seen this multiple times on previous episodes where like these controlling people like to present themselves as angels and all this kind of shit. Clearly remembered what he said, and he probably said that thing. You know what I mean? But then she didn't want to say it, and like think about how much time she spent thinking of that. She didn't want to say it, and then the detective has to kind of coax it out of her. And she says, why don't you like go after one of those hood rats or whatever the fuck, right? And that's what probably triggered her into actually fucking grabbing the knife, running over and fucking stabbing the dude in the chest. that he said that thing and her ego couldn't handle it, you know? Because again, this whole aspect of you get shown a fucking picture of yourself, you get shown the reflection in the mirror, and you don't like that, and it fucking triggers something, you know what I mean? And then you do something crazy, you know? What's 10 feet or a stripper pole? No, dude was 10 feet away from her. You know, and then apparently she threw the knife at him. And that's how he got stabbed. Bitch, like, what are you, an NFL quarterback? What kind of force you throwing this knife with? You know? Dude, about 10 feet was the distance she said between her and her boyfriend when she quote unquote threw the knife at him, you know?
But that was just one of the things that you said.
Was that at the moment that he was charging you, or earlier in one of the arguments?
It was before he choked me. Yes, it was before he choked me.
Okay.
Or whatever.
So he gets.
So no, not right then. I couldn't tell you exactly what he said right then.
So.
But I swear to God, I was scared. I mean, after like what I just, I was scared, and I was on the phone with my mom, and it was still happening.
Yeah.
I was scared.
So you told me that he had you against the wall at one point, right? With his hands over your neck.
Mm-hmm.
And how did you end up from the wall to the ground?
Let me go.
Uh-huh.
Let me go, and then I started swinging on him because I had been against the wall.
Okay.
I started trying to hit him.
Yeah.
And then he put me on the ground.
He dropped you to the ground. What did he do? Did he lift you up, or did he grab your hair? Did he just kind of rotate you onto the ground?
I really couldn't even tell you.
He pushed you.
If I could have been given all these questions, before, I could be like, maybe let me think about it. Or when I'm trying to remember a whole situation of where I was very upset about something, which I've learned this in therapy and whatever. It's write down all the details so you don't forget. Just write it all out clearly, so that it makes sense to you and makes sense to somebody else. But I haven't had a chance to have a pen and paper or my phone to write down exactly what happened, and I haven't even fully thought about it.
Yeah.
So honestly, my answer is I don't remember.
That's fine. So he has you on the ground. You end up on the ground, and he has his hands over your neck. Correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. And then is he saying something to you at the time when he's on the ground on top of you, or?
He was saying something like gritting his teeth. I don't remember what it was.
Like what?
He was saying something like gritting his teeth, with the white of his eyes,
okay.
but I don't remember what it was.
Okay. And then he at one point he stops, right? Sorry. And what, you get up? You go to the bedroom, or what do you do?
I get my phone from the kitchen. When I got my phone from the kitchen, I called my mom. I was talking to her, and then he was following me around the apartment and acting we shouldn't be together.
You guys have a history of domestic violence?
Yeah.
You say you've been together how long, sorry?
Almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years.
Year and a half to 2 years.
So how many incidents you think you've had?
I don't know, but we shouldn't be together.
Will you say one or two, or just too many to?
Oh my God. Oh my God. I haven't touched my ankle. It's what?
We're
I just want to take a shower, God. Okay. No. We can.
I'll get your trash.
I'm not trying to interrupt the.
No. You keep on.
Courtney's complaining about the blood on her ankle and how she would like a shower is just another example of her fixation with outward appearances. This fixation is typical for narcissists, and her career as an influencer gives further insight into her self-absorbed psyche. Not only do narcissists tend to take and post more pictures of themselves to social media, in general, they seem to post more of their bodies too. This is often an easy way to get the ego boost they so desperately crave. For Courtney, who seems to display signs of narcissistic behavior, social media was likely an avenue to fame and celebrity.
This is absolutely the most insane shit that I think I've ever been involved in.
I think anybody that
No,
goes through this
without
would
a
be
doubt.
just insane.
What'd you say?
I think that if anybody goes through this type of situation, it would be pretty insane for them.
We do have the 911 footage. Alright, so you have this initial one, I think from her. This is an audio. Alright.
Get off of me! You literally talked to her without telling me!
Just months before she...
Calling them the N-word hard or. You know what I'm saying? And then we have even more here.
One operator down to the address of your emergency. One day, man, please. 31. It's 130, so 130. Ma'am, listen to me. You need to stop screaming on the line and give me the address. 3101. You're gonna die. I can't feel my arm. 3101. I can't feel my arm. Ma'am, so my boyfriend is dying of a staff. Ma'am, what is the address? What's that? What's the address, baby? 3131. 3131 Northeast 7 Tab. Please, God, please, come see my husband. Ma'am, is this a house apartment or a business? I want you to 7452582. Is this a house apartment or a business? Baby, I'm so sorry. Baby. Ma'am, can you hear me? If you have a stab wound to his shoulder, can you sit down? What do you mean he has a stab wound on his shoulder, ma'am? Yes, he's bleeding from his shoulder. Rescue, this is PD position 2. The caller, ma'am, hold on one moment. The caller advised you this is 3131 Northeast 7th Avenue, 31 Northeast 7th Avenue. The phone number is verified. The caller advised that her boyfriend has a stab wound. Okay, is this a house apartment or a business? Listen, please, God, please, please, God, please, I'm sending help. I need you to tell me exactly what happened. I'm sending help. How old is he? Ma'am, how old is he? Is he awake? Hello?
Unbelievable. Unfucking believable.
With over
Shantae's
2
right.
million
I can't
followers
believe
on Instagram.
was sick. And like even the whole aspect of like letting her clean up and wipe that shit off her ankle. Unfucking believable.
Okay. You said
have you made a report before?
No.
You've never made a report?
Oh, I did in Dallas actually about a year ago, and he was detained.
And what happened there?
He had pushed me in the lobby, but it wasn't like a big deal, and they made it a huge deal.
Mm-hmm.
And he ended up getting taken to the hospital or jail or something.
Yeah.
Which I don't think it was necessary, but yeah, he had been. And then also I had been arrested for as well in Vegas in August.
Oh.
So he and I each had one.
Okay. What happened in Vegas?
We just got in an argument in the hotel room,
Mm-hmm.
and what I guess made them arrest me was that I said I had thrown a glass at him.
Oh, okay.
Like a glass of, like a drink.
Like you splashed
Which I
it.
think until that point it was like fine, I guess. Like I didn't, whatever, but they asked, like, did you throw something at him? Because I guess they went upstairs and they said, did you throw a gun at him? And I said, yes, I did. Because, why? I guess it's whatever. So, yeah. They went up and they said, I guess they asked me about it, and I said yes. And they said, okay, that's DV or battery or something, not assault or something like that. And so I got arrested and I was held for 12 hours. That wasn't fun. But yeah, those are the two incidences. I don't know what the incident for him was like.
About how many incidents have you guys had here in Miami since January?
What do you mean?
Like how many times has the police been called to your apartment, or you called the police since January?
Okay.
If you can, Shante, if you can find a link, post it in the chat and we can go over it. But this is a key thing in terms of like how many times have the cops been like called and all this kind of shit. And then even when you think about it, like the whole like throwing a glass at him and all this kind of shit, and we showed the footage of him of her slapping the shit out of him in the elevator and all this kind of stuff. You could hear him in the background. Yep. Yeah, sometimes you get stabbed and just chalk it up to a bad day. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable.
Police have been called once because I called them because my boyfriend was threatening suicide.
Okay.
I'm sure there are records of that or whatever. I don't know how.
Why was he threatening suicide?
I don't remember exactly what the situation was, but he was he had taken a knife. He grabbed it in front of my face, and then I got scared, and he was kind of waving it at me, but it wasn't for me. And then he took it into the extra room and slammed the door. And he has a history of self-harm, so I was kind of just like, okay, well, let me go in there and chase him, regardless of whether or not what's going on. And I tried to open the door, and he wouldn't open the door. So I got really scared that he was doing something in there that I couldn't control, so I called the cops. And he wasn't very happy with me about that, but I was really scared.
Did he say anything that he was going to do to himself, or?
And he's threatened it many, many times, but I don't remember if he did it right then.
Does he suffer from anything?
No, that's what he's told me.
Yeah. And then the other time they called police?
Okay, and then this, the police were called because of us, actually because of us, twice. If I'm being correct. It was that time when I called, and then this time when it was obviously absolutely necessary.
Okay.
I was the one who called 911. Because I was literally asking him, what is our address, because I could not think straight. Baby, what is our address?
Today?
It was today. Okay, so there was that one. But the cops have been up there one other time yesterday for absolutely no reason. Absolutely none. They harassed, not the police, but security guards from office, like young security guards. Came up for no reason. Bothered him, bothered me. I was about to go to the pool. They said, do you want us to keep him out of here? And I said, yeah, but y'all have been letting him up all week when he hasn't had a key.
Yeah.
But, no. Do you want us to call the cops? No. It's fine. I didn't want him to get arrested. There's no reason for that. And so, whatever. So I said no. And then he, I guess he just wanted to call the police or something, because right after that he goes, well, we saw you shove him. Which he was referring to downstairs in the elevator. My boyfriend had followed me into the elevator, and I didn't want him to come in. So I go, stop following me, and I did this. And we were Christian will attest to a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But that just didn't happen. So it's he moved from Christian to me. it seemed like he just wanted to cause trouble.
Yeah.
So the police were involved yesterday when there shouldn't have been anything. And then I think there was like 1 or 2 times where I don't think the police were called, but maybe security, well, if you're talking about police, that's definitely the only times I can remember.
Okay.
Security have been called for noise complaints, for sure.
Because of arguments or? And what do you guys usually argue about? Or is it always a different issue?
I don't even know.
You know,
I mean, no, kind of ish.
Unbelievable. Callie says there's definitely a pattern of domestic violence, and she admitted to stabbing him. Seems like second degree, open and closed. True that, true that. Her dad's just as shitty as her. He tried to turn her trial into a spectacle. Well, again, like this kind of goes to the point of like, what are we doing? You know, letting people off the hook, not teaching them responsibility, accountability, all this kind of stuff. This is what it manifests as. Narcissism, like this whole like controlling type behaviors, all this kind of shit, you know? And like, again, to go back to this thing of like second degree murder, like even just the thing of like, I threw the knife and that's how we got stabbed. You know, what are you, a fucking professional javelin thrower or some shit like that, bitch? You know? Takes a lot of practice, learning distance, etc., to be able to throw a knife and get it to stick at the target. Bullshit, 100%. You know? Callie saying, wow, that's telling. Yeah, a lot of the stuff that she's been saying is quite telling. You know? Did she just say the police has... Did she just say she has police the day before? Yep, police are called. She blamed him for calling. It was a joke. It was a joke, Terex. Like I said, man, trying to kind of like keep the chat kind of and the video without pausing too much kind of thing. But like I said, man, this is crazy. You know, she could have joined the circus instead of she's going to the prison. It's another good point. But this is what like I keep trying to highlight, Blue. It's like this whole like OnlyFans, prostitution kind of culture that we're like that's been normalized in society. This is how you end up. You know? This is how it ends up. Because fundamentally, like we seen from the DUI thing, it's like you're drinking, doing drugs, all this kind of shit just to get through the day. That's a key indicator that you're demoralized. You want to tap out. You know? And you try to surround yourself with all this luxury and all this kind of shit. Your ego is the main thing. It's your own worst enemy. And if you let your ego get out of check, you know? Hey, Teriak, who's your lady friend at the table? She got a sister? Unsuspecting friend? Wait, what the fuck? Put it away, Rex. Put it away. Yeah, we expect Charles to say that shit. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But there's a lot of stuff here, like the ankle thing, that she just wiped up the blood on the ankle. And it's like, that should have been the first fucking thing you've done. What the fuck is going on here? And like, even from the DUI thing that we went through. Like, this is what happens when you do the kitty gloves thing. Kitty gloves treatment. Fucking hell, but like there's so many aspects, even from the text messages that we read, man. If you ever like find yourself writing text messages like we went over, get the fuck out of that relationship. You know? Violence in relationships have become normalized in that culture too. 100%. 100%. And I understand it can be difficult to walk away, and the whole like I love them and all this kind of shit. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it, you know? It's not the sharpest tool either. But like that's the other aspect to it as well, Caddy. Like when you've gone through life, you know, and you've gotten away with so much shit. It's what would be the best way of explaining it? Like I can give like probably an example in terms like the video games. If you've always played the video game and it's always been on easy mode, you never actually played the most difficulty, you're not going to be as good as someone who's played life on like the max difficulty level. You know what I mean? And this whole aspect of you never actually looked into yourself and tried to improve yourself. It's always, well, I can tell this lie or I can do this thing that'll get me off the hook and all this kind of shit, you know? She's not the sharpest bulb in the constellation. She's not the brightest bulb in the constellation, so to speak, you know? She's properly stunned. It's astounding. It is what it is. Stay in school, kids, exactly. Hugs, not drugs, folks. A lot of them think that's what love is. He or she just loves you so much. They're passionate. That's why they hit you. Precisely. And that's trying to find justification for the shitty person that you are. And it can be very dangerous when like you actually show that reflection to them, because what would be the way to describe it? Like the ego freaks out and the ego gets angry. And then they do this shit where they stab them, you know?
Okay. Do you mind telling us about those arguments or no?
I don't think there's a point. I cannot remember everything, so I don't want to remember part of it.
Okay. Would you say it's jealousy related?
For sure, for some of it, yeah. When will I be able to change out of these bloody clothes? I was holding him while he was bleeding. Yeah. I mean, my toes.
Yeah. We're gonna see if we can find something for you, and then
finally,
we're gonna see if we can find something for you, and then bring it over, okay?
Find something for me?
Yeah, from your house.
Like change over.
What can I just want to change in my own clothes. I want to take a shower and change in my own clothes.
Just give us a minute so we can get everything in order, and then we'll come back with you some news, okay?
Is there an update on Christian?
The other detective's working on it right now.
Is he okay?
We're gonna check. We're trying to reach the officer at the hospital. We have an officer and a detective there, so we're gonna try to reach them and see what updates we have. And as soon as we get them, we'll let you know. Okay. So just give us a few, and we'll come give you an update. And if you need the rest or anything, just let me know. We're recording either way, so you can just call us or I'm not gonna do it.
We're recording either way?
Yeah, we have a recorder. So we have a tape recorder and audio recorder.
Oh, I've been praying a lot in here.
No, I brought this with me now, but we do have the cameras as well.
Yeah, I've been really going through it a little bit, and I'm on it. Can I tell you a concern of mine?
Yes.
I mean, I don't think it's a very big concern because I made it very clear I was in like a pool of like.
Yeah, we saw. I was able to.
And I was holding him, so it's everywhere. I mean, like there's still wet blood on my ankle. So when I mean, it's like a long time in here without anything. So I'm like crossing my legs. Is that gonna like make any difference in?
No.
I mean, she said like taking photos of my hands and whatever.
Yeah, they're gonna come photograph.
I just don't want to like soak anything that like.
No, they're gonna come photograph you, and they're gonna give you like it is like a hazmat suit. They're gonna give you that temporarily. So they'll be coming out within, I would say, the next 10 minutes. And they'll be giving you one.
Have a good one, Shante. They're gonna get her in the hazmat suit. Cover up all this degeneracy. You know what I'm saying?
Courtney is once again concerned by the blood on her and wants new clothes. After 3 hours in the interrogation room, Courtney is about to be emotionally bombarded by the reality of her situation. After stabbing Christian in their shared Miami condo, he was dead.
Finally. Fucking finally. Have a good one, Shante. But like, this is why, gentlemen, like, I bring up shit like that sounds so weird, right, to the average dude. Where like I'd say shit like, well, you got to make sure you have an out. Like a lot of guys, like they get into the red pill or the manosphere or the pickup artistry, and all they work on is like, how to seem attractive to women, how to like chat women up, all this kind of shit. But you also have to do the opposite direction, gentlemen. Okay, how do you appear unattractive to a woman? You have to learn how to appear unattractive to a woman. You know what I mean? Because there's crazy bitches out there.
It's fine. Most of the guys I've like been interested in are shorter than me anyway, so no worries.
Damn, I cannot get rid of this bitch. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to get rid of a bitch. Turn her off completely. You know what I mean? Giving a woman the ick, so to speak. You know what I mean? Have a good one, Shantae. It's just as important of like getting her to be interested as to get her to be uninterested. You know what I mean? Because these bitches are psychos.
So, yeah, what a fucking nightmare. So you're living in a nightmare right now.
Exactly, Salad.
You know? So just because they don't have a picture of your boyfriend. So they want to make sure that they have a photo, I think, from your social media. So they're gonna, because they don't have his ID, they don't have anything, so they need to know who he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
they just want you to identify him.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. And I said I don't have a problem with that. I mean, this is not a who stabbed Christian case. This is, we know what happened. Well, we know part of what happened.
I will feel so much better once they just say he's stable.
Yeah.
And I've been asking so
and
much.
that's what we're waiting for. Okay.
I mean, I feel like at the end, I mean, if he's not, that's a lot worse for me. But if he's not, that's just a lot worse for everybody.
Yeah. Of course.
I need a specific like in general, obviously.
So they've asked for an update, and I asked them for an update as well. So they're checking to see what's going on, because they're.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I will do with myself if he's not okay.
And again, pointing out the narcissism where it's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do and all this kind of shit. Not like I like talking about like the boyfriend, hope he's okay, I didn't mean to do this shit and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? The only reason why she's asking about her boyfriend is to see, okay, is this dude dead and what is the implication for me if he's dead? Everything she's just said has been about her own position. Goddamn psychopath.
We can't be together.
No matter what happens, no matter where this falls, right? It's out of her control, right? You did what you could. Oh, so anyway.
This is not recorded, is it?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
There's no appropriate etiquette here. But anyway, so this room is recorded, okay? So let's just, I don't want to talk about, I mean, even if it is recording right now, what we talk about is confidential. They can never use it, but I prefer that we just not talk about the case. But just talking about in general, no matter what his condition is, it's out of our control, right? We have no control. What's done is done. We can't undo it. We need to move forward, and my concern is you. Okay? I will be talking, obviously, to your family. Like I said, I still feel, confident that you're going home.
Tonight.
I don't know about tonight, but just because the investigation is ongoing. They can hold you technically for a while. And I know your parents, while they're conducting the investigation, they can hold you, okay? But listen, your dogs are fine. I'm on it. We're going to get you home as quickly as we can, all right? I know, and straightforward with you, there's some concerns about your mental health to make sure that you're okay, because this is very traumatic. So there may be some steps taken there. Yeah, come on in to make sure that you're okay. And that's it. But we're getting you home, okay?
Okay.
So Have you met the sergeant?
Yeah.
Come on. So this will now be recorded. Okay. But if at any moment I feel that they should stop recording, I will tell them that. Because obviously I'm here to protect you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay. Courtney, it's 10:45 p.m. right now. Okay. Let's start off with. So I have a picture. Let me know if this is Christian or not. Okay. Yeah, that's Christian. Okay. So we have to inform you that Christian did not make it. Okay.
Upon hearing the shocking revelation that Christian is in fact dead, Courtney raises her hands to her throat. The neck is one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. If a predator were to attack, they would go straight for the jugular artery. It would explain why when people feel threatened, they have a natural inclination to protect their neck either by lowering their chin or, like in Courtney's case, using their hands as a barrier. It's clear that while much of Courtney's behavior throughout the interrogation seems over the top, self-centered, and borderline performative, her body language after Christian's death is revealed as honest. She is in complete and utter shock. This seems to be the first time Courtney has expressed real and genuine emotion. As she begins to process the reality of what this means, it seems likely that the shock of Christian's passing was such a surprise because she was sure that he would make it. Narcissists have an inflated view of themselves. They are overconfident to the point of being smug. Courtney probably thought that so long as Christian survived, she would get away with what she did. Her shock has more to do with the fact that she will now be charged with murder than the fact that her boyfriend is dead.
Unfortunately, the doctors did what they could.
Christian is dead.
Yes.
Oh my God. This is not real, right? Okay. There's no fucking way. Christian died? Can I please have a hug? Am I allowed to do that in here?
Sure. Yeah. Relax. You're fine.
No.
Calm down. Calm down. Take deep breaths.
Unbelievable.
Just take deep breaths. You're gonna be okay?
I need to hug my mom.
I'll talk to your parents and get them over here.
I cannot be left alone in like a room by myself.
You won't be.
After this. No, that's not true. That's not real, right?
It is real.
Oh my God, man. Like, she tried to do the tears, but the tears ain't coming, bitch. No wonder she never made it as an actress. Holy shit.
Dead.
Yes. They're not gonna lie.
I know, I just can't believe it.
I'll talk to your parents. I'll get them. I'm gonna get your parents here ASAP.
We spoke to your parents, and they're trying to do everything possible to get you as soon as possible as well.
To what?
To get your parents, for them to come over here. So they're doing everything possible right now to find a way to get down here.
Deep breaths. Just take deep breaths.
I've been crying so much,
Don't.
and I just can't even cry right now.
Ding, 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 ding. You just found out your boyfriend's dead and not a single tear. Not a single motherfucking tear. This bitch is a psychopath.
Just take deep breaths. It's a shock. Just try to relax and.
Okay.
We're gonna get you somebody here. Okay.
Holy shit. No. No.
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be fine. Courtney, it's gonna be okay.
No, it's not. Oh my god. I wanted to be at the hospital. If anything happened to him, I just wanted to be at the hospital. I begged, can I please go to the hospital? I mean, obviously they put me in custody at my house, but like, I begged, can I please go to the hospital? Oh my god, our friends, oh my god. Mom. Me?
Still gonna get it.
I'd buy a Ponzi scheme more than I buy this shit. You know? Exactly, Blue. All this shit. Down you folks.
I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and it's gonna be the same thing. And, yeah. And okay, that's the last time I ever talked to him. It's the last time anybody ever talks to him. Ever.
It's all performative. That whole thing was all performative. Does a little cry and then she's back into this whole fucking psychotic shit. Whereas like no emotions, no tears, all this kind of shit, you know? Exactly, Salad. The body betrays us. You know?
The last thing he ate was fucking Subway.
Courtney, we can't undo what's already happened, so just this is gonna be your process.
What I was saying to that other room, I said, God forbid, when like from far away, if what if it had accidentally hit a little bit lower and he died? That's what I said. You remember? I said, God forbid. Then a few minutes later.
So we can't change what's occurred and get him before. So just step by step. So you'll get through this, all right? And I will. I think the detective spoke to your mom. She's trying to get a flight to get you some support because we just met an hour ago. We're going to get you some support, okay?
We'll give you guys a minute. Okay.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Let us know if you need anything else.
Is there anything to take your now? You want, I mean, is the water enough? Would you like something else to drink, like soda instead, or something to eat?
Something to eat would be good. Actually, you know what? I think I'll be good for a while.
We'll be right
Okay.
outside, okay?
What I really need is a hit of vape.
As the interrogation comes to an end, Courtney displays one final sign of narcissistic behavior. There is zero concern for Christian, and at this moment, all she can think about is herself and fulfilling her own needs. In her mind, she is the victim. As the case unfolded in the media, a surveillance video from a building elevator in February 2002 appeared to show Courtney shoving and repeatedly hitting Christian. In the video, Christian attempts to dodge her punches but never strikes back. Courtney Clenny has since pleaded not guilty to second-degree murder in Miami. Her lawyers maintain that she is a victim of domestic abuse and that the killing of Christian Obumseli was an act of self-defense.
Oh my
Prosecutors
God.
argue that Courtney wasn't a victim in the toxic relationship, but rather the aggressor. Courtney has denied bond by a judge and is currently awaiting trial.
Oh my fucking God, can you believe it? Like all this whole thing of get the violins out. You know, oh my God, woe is me. Unfucking believable, as they say. This is why I don't like lawyers, man. I really don't like lawyers. You're never good, girl, get real. 100%. 100%. This whole thing of like, we're gonna like try to give like the most sympathetic thing for a murderer. She's a fucking murderer. Psychotic bitch. You know what I mean? A prostitute. This is why accountability is key, folks. They mentioned the footage there of the elevator where she's slapping the shit out of him. He never strikes back once. I got Rex saying violence for violence. PM. You know? He's a red rummer. But this is the thing. This is the thing. You know what I mean? And it's a key case to cover because it's not always, you know, because like there are, and we've had them on the show before, these controlling narcissistic guys and all this kind of shit. It's a key thing to highlight that, like, and again, gentlemen, like you can lure yourself into a false sense of security, saying, "Oh well, I'm the dude that has the strength. I'm the like on average dudes are stronger than women and all this kind of shit." And by having that mentality, which comes from the red pill, you can lure yourself into a false sense of security. Like we mentioned in chat before, like this whole aspect of like poisoning, like there's many different ways that a woman can kill you or damage you and all this kind of shit, you know? And why I keep reiterating on both sides of the spectrum, both men and women, fucking be careful who you want to settle down with, what partner you choose. Even, especially in modern day where it's all this casual hookup and situationships and all that shit, right? Because even just a casual relationship or a casual fling and all this kind of shit, be fucking careful. And perhaps we need to reignite this whole thing of like, vows are serious. A commitment should be serious. Because you're inviting this person into your home, you're inviting this person into your personal space. And you got to be damn sure that you can trust this person. You're literally, you know, trusting them with your life. You got to be careful, folks. You can never be too cautious. You know? And yeah, like there's the whole like vetting process and all this kind of stuff. And how do we actually find a good man? How do we find a good woman? You know, those are the $1 billion questions. And I wish I could give you an answer. Like we talk about red flags and all this kind of thing. Like, what exactly is normal behavior? You know? And it can be difficult. Don't get me wrong. It can be difficult. Clearly, like lying, immoral behavior, like those are top of the list. You know? Typically, the advice that I give to women is like, how'd you work out who's a good man? Is he a man of his word? Does he say something? Does he say he's going to do something? And does it actually get done? You know? And this is not a thing of, oh, we forgot to take out the trash, something like that. That he's a piece of shit and all this kind of stuff. You know, I'm not saying that, you know? But in terms of like this aspect of, like, what do you expect from the relationship? What is a reasonable expectation? This came up on the other stream where, and this is often like things that I kind of like have to hold myself accountable for is like, is the expectation unreasonable? Am I expecting perfection? That's on the opposite side to this. But how many men and women, you know, like actually sit down with themselves and ask themselves these key questions of what do I want out of a relationship? What are the sacrifices I'm going to make for the relationship? You got to do this before you meet the person or before you end up in the relationship. You know? Because if you don't, those emotions get the better of you, and next thing you know, you're hand waving shit that you shouldn't be hand waving. But they're acting out, they're getting violent, they're doing all this kind of shit, and then whispering sweet nothings to you. You know? Doing that old pillow talk. And the whole next day, tomorrow's a new day, and all this kind of shit. And you end up getting caught up in it. You fall for the illusion, so to speak. So if there's one lesson that we can learn from this case is the importance of having a partner is of starting that commitment with someone. And I understand, you know, like the single life can be a lonely life. But the thing you need to remind yourself is you've been lonely, you know, how many years up until this point? You were lonely before you met this person and you survived, you know? And this is why the Bible says it is better to be stranded in a desert than being with a partner like that. Seriously, folks, stay safe. Holy shit, man. Because, like, this is kind of one extreme to it, but even if you're just having, like, these one-night stands, do you know how easy it is to get an STD? Holy fuck. For one night of fun and your fucking dick's falling off, you know? And like Salah says, we come in alone and we go out alone, ultimately. You know? And it don't matter how dincy or how, you know, naive they seem and all this kind of shit. Like what Jordan Peterson says, it's like everybody has that, like, tipping point. Everybody has that, like, thing that, you know, that capability or that potentiality, you know? Damn, man, you know? But this would be literally like a perfect stream or a perfect case to highlight this whole thing of, you know, like a false narrative that comes from like the right wing, or not even like right wings. I wouldn't really call like Red Pill or, you know, Manosphere or Pickup Artistry right wing per se. You know, a lot of sneaky fuckers in those communities. But it is kind of one of those things that shatters a lot of narratives that goes where, you know, oh, women are just dincy and sweet and innocent and all this kind of shit. Psychopathy is genderless, you know? Blue says, no, how easy is it? As easy as your mama. I kid. But, I'm telling you, man, like, it's... Especially kind of the way it's kind of like the whole kind of like incel shit that gets thrown around. Like how men do this to each other. Don't get me wrong. The men do this to each other where they kind of they almost hold it as though, oh, you don't have a woman, you're of lesser value and all that kind of shit. I don't know, man. It's one of those things where it's like, particularly in men, there needs to be kind of like respect or some sort of like reverence for being able to say no to a woman, you know? Good answer. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. But I don't know, man. Like that case is just sad. You know? It's just sad. Like reading those text messages. That like that, and again, this fate could befall any one of us. We all like to think that we're strong-willed and we have good, like, decent character, and we have healthy boundaries. And once I'm out, and all this kind of shit. But typically, like, I guarantee you, she wasn't slapping the head off him the first time they met. Like these psycho motherfuckers, like they do it gradually. And the same thing in terms of, like, with the pimp and all this kind of shit, like that whole kind of thing, like the abusive husbands, all this kind of shit. It evolves over time. And like this whole aspect of like they tried to break you down. And fundamentally it comes to this whole thing of, well, maybe I don't deserve a certain thing, you know, maybe I don't deserve, you know, a partner that's not willing to hit me. I mean, we talk ourselves into all this kind of shit, you know. But if you're ever in that situation, or if you ever know anyone in that situation, or if you even see like telltale signs of this kind of shit going on, for the love of God, speak up, you know? Because as we've seen, this is how it can plan out, you know, or pan out. Really was the best answer, still lolling. I appreciate it, you know? Sometimes you gotta, because if we're not laughing, then we'd be crying, you know? Way to make men paranoid, Teriak. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is, you know? Through that, life gets messy sometimes. Exactly. And typically it starts with like that innocent white lie, and then it just fucking snowballs, you know? Rex saying, step 1, write a country song. Step 2, speak up. Well, oftentimes music and art is a good way to express yourself. It's cathartic, you know? Cathartic means providing psychological relief through the open expression or release of strong pent-up emotions. There's so many times that I use words and I kind of know the meaning, but I wouldn't be able to give you the definition. And then when I look it up, it's like, actually, no, it's actually right about that. You know? And we're all attracted to whatever we're attracted to. For each their own. You know? And that's what I'm saying is, like, you have to hold yourself accountable. Like organized insanity was, I don't know if it was joking earlier on or whatever, but if you find yourself and you're constantly, like, you know, getting with these crazy bitches, at some point, you have to kind of question, is it the actual crazy bitches or is it me? You know, the whole like, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. And I'm not trying to justify the actions that happened to you or justify the abuse and all this kind of shit. I'm simply saying it's like, Are you actually sitting down and having these, conversations with yourself? Are you actually setting a standard or setting a boundary and actually holding to it? Cathartic, great word. Appreciate you, Sal. Appreciate you. My mom might have taken the Tylenol. I might have the tisms, but there's some profound moments. Might not be a lot of profound moments, you know what I mean? Like glimpses of profundity that I display, And when you mispronounce a word, it tells me you're a reader. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is, Komodo. Komodo. It is what it is. 3 or 3, Who's the common denominator in your relationships? Exactly. But let's close this case out. We all got shit to do. We're all busy people, all this kind of shit, right? So, in the official account and evidence presented, on April 3rd, 2022, Courtney Clenny and Christian Obumzeli were arguing in their Miami apartment. According to the prosecution's theory supported at trial, Courtney became enraged during the fight. And this was the whole moment where he told her, "I'll go fuck one of those fuck boys," essentially. Retrieved a kitchen knife and stabbed Christian once in the upper chest, piercing his heart and causing fatal bleeding. Christian collapsed and Courtney called 911 while attempting aid, but the wound was too severe. The timeline, drawn from 911 audio, building security cameras, and phone records, places the altercation in the early afternoon. Forensic evidence, including the depth and angle of the single stab wound, blood patterns, and the positioning of the body, indicated that Christian was likely not actively lunging or overpowering her at the moment of the strike, supporting allegations of murder rather than self-defense. Audio recordings from prior incidents and witness testimonies established a history of Courtney's aggressive behavior towards Christian. Courtney maintained throughout interrogations and legal proceedings that she acted in self-defense after Christian attacked her. She was charged with second-degree murder. After extensive pre-trial hearings on evidence admissibility, including the stand your ground motion, which was denied, case proceeded. In 2024-2025 proceedings and related coverage, the jury or court weighed the conflicting accounts. The verdict resulted in Courtney Clenny being held accountable for the stabbing death, with the official ruling emphasizing the evidence over her self-defense claim. She was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced accordingly, reflecting the court's determination that the act was not justified under the circumstances. Appeals may continue, but the core outcome affirms the prosecution's reconstruction of the fatal stabbing as a criminal act amid a volatile relationship. This case highlights the complexities of domestic violence evidence in high-profile relationships and the role of digital and forensic records in determining the truth. Full public record, including body cam, 911, and trial materials, provides a detailed account of how the crime unfolded, according to the jury's findings. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we end off the show. Get your final comments in. Like I said, man, it's just a sad case. And it goes to show you that there is a lot of nuance into what we're told, either by the feminism or the red pill. This whole thing of never deal in absolutes, And it's again, it just reaffirms that whole aspect of you deserve a good relationship, but it requires accountability, it requires boundaries, it requires all these key things, And no matter who you are, you got to keep your wits about you, And as Salah says, a tragedy which unfortunately is all too common. Be good out there, folks. 100%. And with that, is anyone live at the moment? Is it possible to rate it? We got our mate, Kian Mark and mate. He says it's a sober stream, but what about the germs? Yeah, it is what it is. So we're going to be raiding into our mate, old mate Kid, the Australian from down under, mate. So we're going to raid into there. And gentlemen, make sure you give him a like and a sub. Tell him where you came from. Hopefully you enjoyed today's show. Like I said, we're going to be doing the Deductionist Files for the whole week. So anybody who's interested in true crime, interrogation footage, all the rest of it, we're going to be doing, it's a special week. We're going to be doing it all through the week. So keep your wits about you. And we'll begin continuing with the new case tomorrow as well. I'm your host, Detective Terry X, signing off. And we sign off the exact same way no matter what stream we're doing. To all the Americans out there, that's why we have the beautiful scenery in the background. And I love the way the rainbow just touches the avatar as well, you know what I mean? So, like I said, folks, we end off the same way. To all the Americans out there, I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm simply asking you to trust your president. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you motherfuckers tomorrow for another episode of the Deductionist Files.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.